All right. My apologies for the non-Spanish speakers, but I cannot stand hearing. I get overstimulated when I hear both the Spanish in the background and then the English translation in the forefront. And I was listening to this morning. I got like a quarter way through, and I'm like, let me just start from the top for the stream instead of having music today. And I'm kind of like thinking of just starting it off with speeches, mainly because I'm tired of having to go in and edit out the the music aspect. Let me know how y'all feel about that. Um, I don't know if I would run out of speeches. I don't know if we would like pause the speech and just continue it to the next day, like things like that. Just a thought, just an idea. Things to make us pretend that we're intellectuals, that we're not doing the same slob that the serfs and all those great Wonder Bread revolutionaries are doing on here. I hope you're all doing well. Again, and again, the goal is, to start earlier, but had a tough one after the stream, got a weird headache, and I was trying to take a nap, had trouble actually going to sleep. And when I finally did, I ended up waking up too late and not being able to go train. So that was really frustrating. I'm really out of shape, really miss it. But I was like, damn, I needed the sleep. It is what it is. This morning, um, I only woke up not because of my alarm, but because of my neighbor's parrots. Brutal, brutal, brutal. But I'm like, all right, let me get my sleep adjusted, and everything follows, everything works after that. But yes, this I heard that there was one or two things in the speech that was a little suspicious, so I'll have to come back to that and follow up on it, because it's easy to dunk on it's very easy to dunk on Trump, and a lot of Latin American leaders get credit for that, with and it buys them the ability to disarm, critics of their actual administrations. So we'll see how that goes. Um, I know Lula was out there complaining that we had like the rise of the right and the failure of this and that, and it's like, bro, like you birth Bolsonaro, so sure, I guess. With Lula, it's always funny to me because was it Lula that stopped? Let's see, Lula stopped. Was it Cuba or Venezuela? I can't remember. Yeah, opposed granting. Wow. Why are you not doing the thing? There we go. Venezuela angry at Brazil for BRICS exclusion, while Bolivia and Cuba were admitted. Okay, this is 2024. This is a year ago. So wait, that's not. Bah, 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 bah. Where's Shorty at? Yeah. The Chavista government spoke of an aggression from the Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva administration and claimed that South America's largest country had vetoed the Caribbean country's entry. In response, uh, what is it? What the fuck? Why is this? Let's see. Oh wow. Ida Maradi? Ida Maradi. Yeah. The Minister of Foreign Affairs conducts Brazil foreign relations with other countries. Argued that the group only defined the criteria and principles for new members during this week's summit in Kazan, Russia. Hmm. The Venezuelan people feel indignation and shame at this inexplicable and immoral aggression by Brazilian diplomacy, maintaining the worst of Jair Bolsonaro's policies against a Bolivarian revolution founded by Commander Hugo Chavez. Following the consensus between 10 BRICS member countries, Russia agreed to invite 13 countries to join the organization as associate members. Brazil has been diplomatically distancing, fuck, distancing itself from Venezuela after the July 28 elections. Maduro allegedly won. Ooh, allegedly. I need some square quotes, like some scary quotes right here. Although the opposition, international organizations, and various countries have expressed their doubts about the credibility of those results after the National Electoral Council failed to produce voting minutes of each polling station attesting to that assessment. In addition, the Unitarian Democratic Platform published 83% of those documents endorsing Edmundo González Ureta's victory. Notwithstanding, González Ureta was forced to seek asylum in Spain when an arrest warrant against him was issued. Maduro is interested in joining the BRICS and participated in this week's summit. I sincerely hope that Brazil and Venezuela will resolve their bilateral relations during the bilateral discussion. I know President Lula to be a very decent and honest person, and I am sure that he will approach this situation from an objective position, and he asked me to pass on a few words to the president of Venezuela during our telephone conversation. I hope that this situation improves. Yeah. And I guess here's the excuse. It is not advocating the inclusion or exclusion of any given country, but merely advocating the creation of a criterion principles to guide the choice of new BRICS members, according to Brazil Secretary for Asia and the Pacific at the Foreign Ministry, Ambassador Eduardo Paes Soboya. The criteria included defending a United Nations reform, not accepting unilateral economic sanctions, and having friendly relationships with all the member countries. Cuba is honored to enter as a partner in BRICS, 5 letters, and a great hope for the country of South America. In the arduous path towards a more just, democratic, equitable, and sustainable international order. And that was from President Miguel Diaz-Canel. Just weird shit like that. Seems a little unnecessary. You know, the Soulless King providing us that gonna start early today. The Soulless King bringing that Hassanabi political insight, stating maybe he did it because Venezuela does not have any of the letters of BRICS. Which in that case he is completely justified in. And you know we love the Soulless King around here. All right. So we are definitely gonna finish the piece by Gassan Anafani. Boogie in the chat says, how do you guys keep up with more global news? Because I'm new to stuff like this, so I've been feeling lost sometimes. I don't know. It's not like I have like I wish I did. I'm shameless, and I can say that like I follow I would call insightful people on Twitter. That post and repost and comment on like really interesting things that catch my attention. I'm fortunate enough to know people that organize. There's some like more obscure stuff that I find interesting that I don't think would be a good use of the time of the stream. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe that's wrong of me, but in regards to like smaller bills in California and especially regarding labor, that I'm just like, that's not really like I didn't start a channel about LA politics, right? I started a channel about combating liberal Zionism. So that's definitely, I got to keep somewhat of an international approach to this. While at the same time, it is very, very amusing to cover some of the Wonder Bread tubers, right? It is hilarious. And I know I'm kidding with the Soulless King. We always appreciate him. and it's definitely bullshit from Brazil. And Lula, like the reason why Lula has a special place in my heart, in regards to like all the like weird shady stuff that he does, is because of this shit. Like it's fucking hilarious to me. The most fucking overrated Wonder Bread tuber. That's and these people are kind of obsessed with figureheads, right? Or the opposite, like his former boss Sam Cedar, will pretend that they don't care about the figureheads and only care about the politics and gaining power, while excusing all the atrocities that the Democratic Party, commits. So it's kind of this weird game that they both play. Very much good cop, bad cop situation there with the rat libs. I mean, I sincerely do. And look, I met Michael Brooks, and he was nothing but kind to me, and I came very hard headed in terms of what I wanted to ask him and what I wanted to speak to him about. And he definitely dodged the conversation, um, because nobody else was. Everybody else was like just being fanboys. Nothing wrong with that. And I was the only one saying like, hey, instead of like talking about, hey, do you think Bernie's gonna win? How do you see things? I was like, all right, let's talk about settler colonialism. And he immediately is like, oh, email me. And for me, especially at that age and at that time, when affluent white man, and maybe he wasn't affluent, but definitely white man with some status, would tell me to email them or hey, reach out to me, I always took that as a fuck off or fuck you. So I was like, all right, cool, for sure. But other than that, like he was super super fucking chill. And I, especially at that age, now I'm kind of like I don't want to be in spaces I'm not wanted. But at that age, I was like, no, like I'm gonna take up space. I'm gonna be, in these areas, and I'm your fucking equal. I even at that younger age, I knew that I could hold my own with these motherfuckers because of how narrow and how limited their worldview was. Even somebody like Michael Brooks, who had easily the broadest life experience and consideration of marginalized people than any one of these fuckers. And you saw that in his comedy. His comedy style only works because he was aware of other communities. I think a lot of the stuff that he did was bordering a little edgelordy, the whole scumbag left thing, but it was of its time. All right, all right. I mean, honestly, his the Michael Brooks show, which already, bro, I hate when people call shit after their own name. It's just lazy, and it's like too narcissistic for me. Just a little bit, right? Anywho, might be the only Wonder Bread tube show worth revisiting, worth rewatching certain episodes, especially certain interviews. If not for the information, at the very least, to see how people have just gone off the rails, like somebody like Matt Taibbi, to see how people have remained consistent, like Brando Joy Gray, to laugh at these fucking frauds and opportunists, right? Like Anna Kasparian. Like, don't forget, Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks had a Jacobin show with Anna Kasparian. Too fucking good. Too fucking hilarious. And I just adore, love, appreciate the fact that Sam Cedar, Michael Brooks, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, all these, people that were close to Michael Brooks, take turns taking a piss on his fucking grave. Just defiling his legacy at every fucking turn. Like, I despise these people. So seeing what what they do to the legacy and memory of allegedly one of their closest friends, it just warms my heart knowing that these people are utterly and completely shameless. So it allows me to treat them like the absolute scum that they are, the parasites on the left that they've always been. They literally feed off of any potential of any movement building on the left. They are there, as Kwame Ture told us, to defend the status quo. Now they each do it differently, but nonetheless, they are there to prevent any escalation, any true leftist organization away from the Democratic Party and to the left. Who knows? I mean, Yipper, I'm with you. One can be hopeful that he would have continued moving left. But little things like this, where for me, it came off like that typical white leftist hipster that glorifies Latin American political figures a little too much. You know what I mean? Like just a little too much, where it's kind of, to me, it kind of flirts with either the noble savage or even the exotic. What is that? Exotification? What do you call that? When you make something, let's see. Yeah. But how do you pronounce it?
Exotification.
Nah, get the fuck out of here. Why do they do things like that? That's hilarious, by the way.
Exotifications.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Oh well. I don't even know if that's the word I'm looking for, but that's why it's always a red flag for me when, I don't know, they obsess a little too much. Maybe it's just, it triggers me remembering like all these like white leftists rocking like Chet t-shirts and just doing a little too much. I just don't appreciate it. For me, it's kind of like, all right. Don't get me wrong. Like I want to have, posters behind me of Sankara, Hugo Chavez, even Fidel. Like I do want that. Like part of me, like, I want to do that shit. But the same reason I have a bunch of flags behind me is it's so much of it is just pandering. So much of it is pandering. You will have some of the most milquetoast, peace-loving, self-described Palestinian allies have a Palestinian flag behind them, and they oppose decolonization, or at least they don't promote and advocate for the true liberation of Palestine. David Barnes, what I'm saying is that Michael Brooks is the best, the very best that the white online left can produce. And for us, and it's weird to say because apparently I'm the only fucking being over here. So I would say for the actual non-white left, I don't know, like he is mediocre. I would argue that he is mediocre. In fact, let's watch something Michael Brooks. Let's do a throwback. Fuck it. I wasn't planning on doing this, but it's this kind of weird where I'm like, I kind of respect him, kind of don't, but you gotta do a lot to be a white person for me to respect you, bro. A lot. Let's see. Not Israel, not Dave Rubin. All the same fucking shit. Let's do the Jeff Halpert thing. Let's do that.
I think a lot of people will know, but
Well, the Nakba was
broader Israeli political history that you have seen.
Well, yes and no, because
in of the kind of, I would just even say, modern Democratic Party, with their expectation sets, their correct expectation sets about certain sort of basic anti-racism, you would be shocked by spending time in Israel, even just by that sort of very limited metric. I mean, it really is a radically different thing. So, can you though trace for us because I think it's actually I like that though because okay, on one hand there's this rosy-eyed history and some people even hold this other narrative that Israel was this great incredible thing and then it was corrupted by Likud and Netanyahu and of course that is
Literally the bullshit. Literally the bullshit that Marianne Williamson was spreading on the Vanguard podcast with the white man, Zach and Gavin. And they promoted that. They defended that, they excused it, and then they went above and beyond by claiming that the kibbutz were, an example of anarchist syndicalism or whatever the fuck. So spreading Zionist propaganda. And here, to his credit, Michael Brooks is dispelling that. So it's fucking hilarious to be like, bro, like, your white leader, because all these people swear they love Michael Brooks, already, crushed that myth that Zionists create and that you are promoting. So that's what I mean by Michael Brooks is the best that the Wonder Bread tube can produce. Because this was 2019. This was live 2019. And in what was it, like maybe a few years ago? Yeah, maybe 3 years ago, 2022. The Vanguard was spreading this lie that alongside Marianne Williamson, that it was the Israeli right that ruined things. Watch, I'll pull it up. Let's re-listen to what he just said right now about this myth.
for us because I think it's actually I like that though because okay, on one hand there's this rosy-eyed history and some people even hold this other narrative that Israel was this great incredible thing and then it was corrupted by Likud and Netanyahu and of course that isn't true.
Of course that isn't true, right? And this is how you know that let's see, Vanguard. Might have spelled guard wrong. No, I did, right? Hold on. Why does it offer me two different? I don't use one fucking account, bro. Daredevil spoilers. No, here we go.
Very obvious, very innocuous. And a lot of people, I think, understand that, America is also a racist state, much like how Talib said that Israel is a racist state. This is something we have to acknowledge about the way these countries were founded, the way that policies continue to, affect people unequally in these states. So I think it was very uncontroversial for her to say that. And I'm glad to hear that, you would welcome her endorsement. Quite frankly, that means a lot. So
as I would welcome the endorsement of any progressive who claims to be for the agenda that I put forth. By the way, while I agree with everything that you just said about where Israel is today,
here we go.
I don't think that it's a comparison to the founding because the people who founded Israel did not foresee what is happening there today and intended for this not to be. So, but in terms of where we are now, we are where we are now.
So Michael Brooks in 2019 had already crushed this Zionist myth, this revisionist bullshit. And his acolytes, well, to be fair, the Vanguard, Zach and Gavin, are Jimmy Dore's boys. He birthed them, really. And once he was critical of them, then they pushed away. But these are people that will glorify Michael Brooks while at the same time spitting on his fucking grave. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just love to see this shit. This white on white violence, even beyond death, is a beautiful thing to watch.
And it is absolutely reasonable to protest it. And like you said, 100,000 people in Tel Aviv are protesting it. And that's an important thing. I think one of the problems, to be honest, that has occurred over the last few decades is how the American left separated from the Israeli left, the Israeli Labor Party. That was, there are many leftists in Israel
The Israeli Labor Party. The Israeli Labor Party. Those unions that were like beating and kicking out and destroying the shops of Palestinians. Right, yeah, those guys. Dagadoon keeping the Twitch chat alive. Dang, I didn't know they were Jimmy Dore guys. Originally, the Vanguard was buddies always kissing ass to Jimmy Dore, and at the time Fred Hampton left this, excuse me. And then Jimmy Dore started trolling them in one of their interviews with, I believe, Ryan Grimm. And he was trolling, but sending like fucking super chats. So either you block him or you let him troll because he's paying. But they got offended because these are the most thin-skinned people online, honestly. Yeah, they might be the most thin-skinned people online. They ended up blocking me after I called them out for not pushing back on Marianne Williamson's white supremacist Zionist lies. And then because I argued with him that the kibbutz were not an example of anything other than settler colonialism, to be viewed no different than Jamestown here. But they pushed away from the Jimmy Dores and the Revolutionary Blackout Network when they couldn't handle the fucking heat even within that dumbass community there. Yeah, they went from Gavin over here, the Cabbage Patch looking one, saying, "Oh, I voted third party, this and that," bragging about it all the time, to now smearing the third party. Excuse me. To now smearing the third party, normalizing the genocide committed by the Democratic Party. Yeah, that's how you know they started making that. That's how you know they started making that. Esa lana, cabrones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Felt like it was
absolutely.
helpful.
Here's the pushback.
I feel like a lot of people, Marianne, don't actually know that you're a Jewish candidate. And I was wondering, as a Jewish candidate, what your reaction was to the recent controversy around your opponent, R.F. Kennedy's.
A lot of people don't know you're Jewish. No pushback to your Zionist fucking lies. And this is why I got blocked.
What I was trying to get for the benefit of the doubt was, though, is that the idea.
I asked no pushback from Marianne Williamson. Let me slow this down a little bit, and then we'll go back to the Michael Brooks live eulogy that we're doing.
What I was trying to get for the benefit of the doubt was, though, is that the idea originally, behind the founding of Israel, was like more of the idea of like a kibbutz in Jerusalem, right? And for people who don't know what kibbutz are, it was like voluntary, like almost like anarchism, right? That's one of the reasons that Noam Chomsky describes himself as, or not one of the reasons, right? But that's the tradition that he's like borrowing from when he espouses his anarcho-syndicalist principles, because it's like a Hebrew cultural custom where people live.
It's a Hebrew cultural custom to colonize, y'all. What the fuck is he saying?
Basically like a co-op, like and it was founded in the beginning of the 20th century as by young Zionists who wanted to live in Jerusalem, and that was going to be an effort for them to live harmoniously in their holy land, and not an effort to subjugate or remove anyone else, because
yeah, it was a holy spiritual exercise. They had no intent of removing anyone there. Right. And this is how you know that these people actually promote and normalize settler colonialism, is because they're not completely ignorant. Actually, quien sabe is saying stuttering because he knows he's wrong. I believe he does have a speech impediment. I think I do too. You hear me read. It's a struggle. It could just be dyslexia. I don't know if that counts as a speech impediment. I use the Hassan cover too, that, hey, technically English is my second language, so who knows? But he does have a very noticeable, I don't know if it's a stutter or a lisp. He definitely has a lisp, and I've never really made fun of it. There's no need to. And then also, like, if you call him lispy, it's immediately associated with like homophobic stereotypes. So I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's unfortunate, but I'm not trying to do that. He has, however, mocked RFK Jr.'s voice. And supposedly, from what RFK Jr. has said, is that he has an actual medical condition why his voice is that bad. And Zach here, with the lisp, has mocked him continuously and done the voice. And he's been praised by a lot of these rad libs, right? Laughing at it, like applauding it, saying he has a great voice. And I'm like, well, are we not believing RFK Jr. that he has a medical condition? Is that what we're doing here? Or we're dismissing people claiming that they have a medical condition? right? Because I've never heard anybody who, and I know people who are chain smokers, big drinkers, and they don't sound like that, like RFK Jr. They don't. The closest thing you hear that somebody sounds like that is after, you know, they've had issues, maybe throat cancer, what have you. But I've had my fun. I've bar hopped, and I've never heard anybody. And I don't like bar hopping in like sports bars. I'm talking home the walls, run down, you know, real fucking bars. I enjoy that. I don't want to hear loud blasting music, right? I want to be able to have a conversation. I want the vibe to be that the people at the bar are the ones having the good time and setting the vibe, not the fucking blaring music, not the 20 fucking TVs, but the actual atmosphere itself is great. He did do a lot of substances, but I mean, I think that that voice would be more common if you know people that fucking party. And you don't gotta be. I mean, I would assume that the more broke you are, the more working class poor person, that voice would be more common because we don't have access to those higher quality, non corrupted substances. But who knows?
All Abrahamic religions view Jerusalem as their holy land, right? You know, so I don't think that you could fault that concept, that idea. What became a problem was when it became an actual, you know, vessel state, you know, after World War II, when the United States started giving it massive amounts of funding, when, you know, when all of that happened, because
When the Zionist settler colonial project became a problem was after World War II when the U.S. got involved. It was no issue when the British were there. When the British were aiding and abetting Zionists, no problem there. Okay.
the act of the Zionist movement predates that, you know, entire moment in history, which is why I was just trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. As a Jewish woman, she was, you know, I could see her trying to like make the case for that and say like, no, it actually had a pure spiritual beginning that was then co-opted by the actual political and governmental state. One of the beginning.
He was willing to hear a Zionist say that the project had a righteous spiritual origin, spiritual beginnings. The intention was legitimate.
First practiced, you know.
I pushed back and I let them know the kibbutz were the first steps to ethnic cleansing, which is an objective truth. The kibbutz were the first steps into settler colonialism.
Groups of anarchism, right? It's the early kibbutz. We're talking like 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, all the way up until, you know, right? So obviously the Holocaust didn't begin until later, but the Zionist idea had, you know, started to begin because anti-Semitism was still like fucking burnt throughout all of Europe at the time. So while those groups that did come, they became, you know, the groups that settled and founded Israel, and that did lead to the ethnic cleansing. I think it's just a little bit too black and white there. Like, was trying to.
It's a little too white and black to say the kibbutz were establishing a settler colonial project.
Play a little bit of devil's advocate at the beginning to provide some more historical context that people don't get all the time.
And don't white people love playing devil advocates on behalf of white supremacy? Don't they just absolutely feel the need, the internal need to play devil's advocate for white supremacist ideology and propaganda?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that some of the people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions, for sure. I think that's like definitely something that's fair to say. Now, whether or not the execution of the idea was in line with those values.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, Zionism wasn't the issue, it was the execution. That they weren't in line. The execution wasn't in line with Zionism. Sick white supremacists.
Advocate at the beginning to provide some more historical context that people don't get all the time.
So Zach feels that he's providing historical context that people don't get all the time on behalf of Zionism. Again, these people aren't ignorant and just being like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, sure, sounds cool to me. He's saying, no. I am educating people. I am providing historical context. I am knowledgeable in this area. And that's what he's spewing with his knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that some of the people that founded Israel or some of the people that supported the original idea of Israel had good intentions, for sure. I think.
And Gavin states, it's fair to say that the original people that supported the Zionist entity and helped create the Zionist project had good intentions. Please, someone, because these fuckers blocked me after this. Shout out to their mod, Autumn Leaves, who also mods at the Majority Report. Has it out for me, has been in the chat before, has commented on videos before whenever I call out Sam Cedar for being a Zionist. Can you name me one good intentioned Zionist founder? Just one. I'd appreciate it.
I think that's like definitely something that's fair to say. Now, whether or not the execution of the idea was in line with those
Oh,
values,
it absolutely was not. Yeah.
right?
What Zionist values should have been executed properly? What Zionist values should have been executed properly? Can somebody please tell me? No, they're not. Yeah, no, they're grown. They're grown, but they look. I mean, this isn't the best quality video here. The Cabbage Patch Kid looks young, but he's like 6'4" or some wild that shit like that. Found out that this one on the left is 5'8", so set that shit up. Set that shit up. I'll cut the weight if I need to. Where were we?
But then conversely, the other narrative that Israel was always just all it ever was just the settler right-wing thing. It was a settler thing, but there was complexities to, a labor socialist government, then the rise of the sort of neoliberals, then you even have Ehud Barak in a third way, and then a forerunner of this sort of resurgent far right that we see across the Western Hemisphere, starting when Netanyahu came back to power in 2008. So can you talk to us just about those kind of big periods of broader Israeli political history that you have seen?
Well, yes.
To be clear, though, whether it was the left, whether it's the right, whether it was revisionist Zionism, whether it was orthodox, whatever the fuck, the end goal was the same: to protect the settler colonial project, to guarantee its safety, to legitimize it.
No, because in fact, I mean, if you look at the last 125 years of Zionism, it was a settler colonial movement.
That's objectively
I
true.
mean, you can't,
Yes,
you
that's
can't get
objectively
away from
true.
that.
Right.
And they were more liberal settler colonialists, and they were more conservative, more religious, and more secular. But that was, in other words, the Zionist movement, that was a left socialist nationalist movement in the turn of the 20th century, came to the country with the intention of taking it over, of Judaizing the country. In other words, transforming an Arab country into a Jewish country, transforming Palestine into the land of Israel. And that was the agenda. So in a sense, whether you were on the right or on the left, you had that same political logic. It was the...
And the frustrating part here is that Jeff Halper is correct, but he still advocates for the right of these settlers to remain on the land. He still advocates for the right of these settlers to remain on the land. Read his book. I mean, don't purchase it, but read it. What is it? Decolonizing Israel, liberating Palestine, or some shit like that. It's a horrendous title for a fucking settler to co-op. Jeez. It is, Decolonizing Israel, liberating Palestine. I started reading it because Matt Leck, who is a producer of the Majority Report and was also the producer for the Michael Brooks Show, was promoting Jeff Halper's work without being transparent that Jeff Halper was initially supposed to write that book with a Palestinian co-author. It was supposed to be a dual project. And the Palestinian author ended up pulling out because of differences. That should always be mentioned if you're hyping up or giving credit to Jeff Halper, that he couldn't even work alongside a Palestinian to produce that work. Not only that, in the book in itself, it justifies these settlers, these Zionists, remaining on the land that they stole, still living in the homes that they stole, and they try to justify it by saying, hey, there's a lot of unused land. He also goes out of his way, Jeff Halper does in the book, to say, hey, some of the towns that we fucking destroyed, that we burned down, that we leveled, that we built shit on top of, it's going to be hard. We have parks on that land now, so you won't be able to reestablish your communities, your homes, when you get back. But we'll find another place for you. That is Jeff Halper. And he immigrated, right? He settled in Palestine, if you want to be charitable. But he's a colonizer. He helped contribute to the colonization of Palestine. First generation colonizer, refuses to leave because he feels that his presence there, colonizing the land, is just too significant to leave. He is too valuable to the Palestinians as he occupies their land. That is Jeff Halper.
Left, you might say, the Labor Party that founded the State of Israel. It was them that did the ethnic cleansing of 1948, that destroyed all the Palestinian villages, drove half the Palestinians out. It was a Labor Party
Explain
that did
the
the 60s.
Nakba for people. I think a lot of people will know, but
Well, the
explain that.
Nakba is the Arab term for what happened in 1948. We call it the War of Independence in Israel. They call it the Nakba, which means the catastrophe. And in 1948, there was a concerted campaign to ethnically cleanse the country, because the country had been partitioned into two states by the UN, a Jewish state and an Arab state. But the Jews were only a third of the population, were newcomers to the country.
But yeah, I mean, the information that he provides is accurate. It's just his conclusions that make it even more frustrating. Real quick, looking at the chat. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe RFK Jr. on anything. But I'm saying, like, if that's the approach you want to take, like, just be honest about it. We're going to make fun of disabilities. It's cool. Whether they're self-imposed or not, I guess. But you're right, the Soulless King, the kibbutz were the vanguard. I mean, very well said. I wish I would have thought of that. I'm definitely fucking stealing that, though. And David Barnes said, where was it, David? That shit was funny. David Barnes, talk about tolerant left. I got in the Majority Report Discord and dropped the Black Agenda Report article about AOC. And that shit turned into a MAGA rally low-key, saying I eat avocado toast and shit. Sam Cedar is a misogynist and he's anti-black. He has demonstrated that. He's demonstrated and confirmed that. But I mean, the one thing that is just outstanding to me is they broadcast from Brooklyn, right? They're out in the East Coast. And he has managed to maintain his workforce because he's the boss there. He runs that shit. They are his employees, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, and whatever background producers they got too. They're his employees. It's called the Majority Report with Sam Cedar, right? He hires them. Sam Cedar has maintained that show so fucking white. And I'm not talking about the contributors. I'm not talking about the people that show up once a week off-site, right? They tune in, they jump in from their homes or wherever. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people that he employs and plays alongside with every day throughout the week for multiple hours. I'm talking about the people that he actually pays that are on the legit payroll. He has managed to go out of his way to make sure that they're all white because it's the Majority Report. He speaks for the fucking settlers. He does not speak for you or me, you or I, however the fuck you say it. But he maintains that show white as fuck. That show has been on for 20 fucking years. 2-0. And has been white as shit. And he's going to keep it that way. All right. Where are we at? Let's watch a little bit of this because I didn't cover it yesterday. Why is the Dome TV? Let me find the timestamps I had to make sure I'm not trying to use up all his content. Although I will sit here and watch all of it, not gonna lie. It's a little further back. Oh shoot, how far off? He just dropped this, no? Hold on. I just had it. I hope I didn't. I shouldn't have deleted the timestamps. But I do dumb shit all the time, so maybe. Am I gonna go to my recently deleted or not? That is the real question here. Yeah, fuck, what the fuck? I'm gonna have to. Damn, that is surprising. I had everything prepared for yesterday and we didn't get to it because y'all be yapping all the fucking time. I'm over here trying to focus, lock in, go through oh no, it's right here. I just took really bad photos. Oh, because I was watching it on my laptop while cleaning. That's why. Here we go. Let's do 23. 23 minutes in. If you haven't already,
Secularize.
If you haven't already, please subscribe to Why Is the Dome TV. There is absolutely no justifiable reason why he doesn't have more subscribers, more fucking viewers. He is providing some of the best work online. But because he's not a white fucking rad-lib edgelord, he doesn't get the fucking credit that he deserves. But over here, we're always gonna fucking hype up Why Is the Dome TV. Because I mean, that's some good fucking like quality content right there. Like that's what we need. That's what we so desperately need on the left. And there's a reason why Wonder Bread Tube doesn't uplift a lot of these real radical black voices. They're scared.
Versions, while one is hybridly secular and the other is purely secular, you still have this classificatory logic. Mm-hmm. And so even in its most enlightened and liberal forms, right? I mean, think about feminism.
Yeah.
You know, you get feminism, but you still get this negation of the human. Mm-hmm. And that negation is black. Think about missionary universalism. So missionary universalism was the idea that as long as you were Christian, you could be redeemed. But then missionary universalism goes into liberal racism, which is the idea that all peoples throughout society should be like white people. And then once you get to counterinsurgency, what do you get? You get all societies should be like the Western state.
The way that it bleeds into each other. And I mean that quite literally. These different strategies of essentially colonization and the way that they're justified are literally paved and connected through the blood of black and indigenous people.
It should be in the image of the United States. So it's the same classificatory logic. And this, even though the terms change, the structure is pretty much the same, anti-black.
Yeah, indeed. Did you want to add on, Mar?
Yeah.
And again, we're kind of skipping around because I don't want. It's different when it's a bigger channel. I'm like, fuck it. Like, I'm not taking any views from anybody away. So what I do want to do is just go through like little portions like this to entice everyone here. Whether you're already subscribed to Why Is the Dome TV or not, which I don't know why the fuck you wouldn't be, to go and check out the entirety of this. And much like me, some of these conversations I have to re-listen to. One, because I'm usually not completely locked in. You know, you listen to it, but you're doing busy work or whatever, or you're driving. But these conversations are really essential. And so I go back and re-listen to this stuff to see what I missed, right? And this is why, like, if it sounds like I'm hyping it up too much or like I'm doing too much, no, I am fucking not. Do yourself a favor and, you know, subscribe and listen to Why Is the Dome TV. Great conversations, amazing questions. So if it seems like, oh, why are you skipping? We're jumping into, you know, they're already halfway into answering a question. I know I'm doing it on purpose so that y'all go over there, subscribe, and watch the entirety of the interview. I hope you understand.
Reveal about the intended function of these tools. You kind of went over it some already, but I think that's an important question for the people to understand.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that, you know, counterinsurgency and really the target of savage males, it's a type of creative tonic, right? Like it's a symbol in the Western mind that inspires ingenuity and innovation. to track, to measure, to surveil, to better kill. Right? And I think this is.
And you know, I always, if I come off like I'm being too callous, it's, please correct me, but when described in this manner, you really do start seeing the predatory nature of European colonizers and how they're literally stalking, corralling, tracking, overseeing, controlling the fucking population of the black community. Because from their eyes, it is completely dehumanized, right? They don't view the humanity of black people, of indigenous people. That is completely and utterly removed. There's this documentary called "And Goodbye Uncle Tom's Cabin," I think, right? I recommend people watch it. And it really does highlight the fact that they never viewed black people as human beings. And so their actions and behaviors have to be understood from that perspective, or else you're going to humanize them. And once you do that, you have failed. You have fallen into the trap in believing that somehow they were able to keep their humanity while enslaving and controlling every aspect of other human beings.
This is a pattern that goes back to the Enlightenment ideas that Winter is really focused on. It's that obsession with perfection, and this comes from the theological period before, right? So this goes back to Augustine in Western philosophy, right? But we can reach a pure state of happiness, a pure state of perfection by being in unity with God. Once that God is gone, knowledge becomes the tool to accomplish that perfection, and that's why you see the rise of these sciences. And I think when you look at the deep history of colonialism, what you see is internet and information technologies be pioneered for the same purpose. First deployed in places like Vietnam to actually predict the rise of revolutionaries. Internet, what became the internet, was actually created for this purpose. So when you see it used as basically a way to brain tap a person and keep an infinite amount of knowledge to them and get psychological profiles on select people, that's the intended use of information technologies by the United States Department of Defense.
And it is scary. It's like, you're saving shit online all the time. You're hitting like, you're bookmarking some stuff, you're visiting the same sites, you're here. Even if you go covered up, even if you leave your phone at home and you show up for some direct action, we never advocate for that. We only believe in voting every 4 years over here. Even midterms, even voting for midterms, a little too politically engaged for us. It's too radical, if you will. But even if you do all the appropriate security measures when you go out, when you go outside, even that is going to be insufficient. Because just based on what you're reading, what you're liking online, what makes you pause, they already know that there's a percentage, a likelihood that you're going to be a troublemaker. Oh, you like reading about this shit? Cool. We got you. We know what you're about. We know that you can be a problem, that there's a potential for it. That when things escalate enough, that you might actually go beyond reading something on the screen if you haven't been organizing already. If you're organizing, we're fucked. We're already fucked in that aspect. We're already fucked in that aspect. I think I'll pull this up right after this, but Brianna Joy Gray had a long conversation with the white men from Due Dissidents, which is essentially the older version of the Vanguard. Also birthed from Jimmy Dore. And the younger one of the two, who, from what I've tuned into, has no political experience or background. The other guy is very old, you'll see shortly. And again, doesn't talk about organizing in his youth, so it's already suspicious. But the younger of the two expresses frustration about people celebrating the horrific, tragic, early end of Charlie Kirk. And over here we've cried for him. So he's not talking about us. He's talking about those rowdy, unruly people online. We're good Samaritans here. We're good Americans over here. And he's highlighting how, well, by celebrating this, you're putting a target on your back and you're exposing yourself, and the state might, this and that. And I'm like, oh, you really never have organized. Oh, you really don't go outside. Oh, what the fuck do you think that you're liking online that they're not tracking already? What are you saying online? Because he has a show with over 1,000 subscribers. How did you get to 1,000 subscribers and think that what you're saying isn't actually threatening the state or challenging the state to a degree that you yourself would be targeted? That means that you're quite aware that what you're doing and what you're saying is not actually threatening at all. That it's safe, that it is at the very least reformist, or excuse me, at the very most. So we'll go over that right now just because it reminded me of this.
I want to take just a quick detour, but it still all relates because.
And again, I'm only skipping around, not to be disrespectful, but to encourage y'all to listen to this. Let's jump over to, I believe it's 29 something. 2940.
Unemployment rates. And that was where they would selectively apply pressure to the population to ensure they follow the institutions that the West.
All right, we'll go back just a little bit.
It happens through a good propaganda, right? So another example.
I'm so sorry, Wise, but your question is so good. I just remember what question you asked here in this part. And Wise's question is so fucking good. God damn, I'm sorry.
Black people saying, hey, man, we got to get these quote unquote YNs in check, and we got to, and the National Guard got to do it, then, so be it. How does, when it comes to counterinsurgency, right? How does that happen as far as to socialize a group of people to welcome their own demise?
Yup. And I would argue not just, welcome it, but to call for, demand. Welcoming and saying, oh, you're at my door, come in. What some people are doing is leaving their home, going to fucking City Hall, going wherever, online, demanding that Trump send the National Guard in. How do you get to that level? To where you're demanding your own oppression or the illusion of safety? Great fucking question, though.
Yeah, man, I think, it happens through a good propaganda, right? So another example we mentioned was this RTRG tool that was done for the same purposes, deployed for the same purposes in Iraq and Afghanistan. They took so much data from this group. They had all text messages. They took the price of food. They took traffic patterns, unemployment rates. And that was where they would selectively apply pressure to the population to ensure they follow the institutions that the Western power set in place, right? And you've seen a very similar thing with us, right? I mean, there's this guy, Moya Dayan, who was actually a counterinsurgent, a Jewish counterinsurgent in Palestine. And I mean, he put it really in a succinct way. He said, the goal is to convince the target population that your institutions are the best they can get.
Jeez.
Right? They don't have to love you, but they have to be convinced that the best civil administration they can get is from your government as the white counterinsurgent state.
So fucking terrifying and so fucking accurate. Man. I mean, you could even see it applied to the fact that you have these rat libs on here pushing the lesser of two evils, pushing the idea that we have to support the Democratic Party while they commit a genocide of Palestinians because Trump's genocide is going to be worse. That is an aspect of this. Of giving, in the American way, being given more than one option and saying, which oppression, which style of fascism do I prefer? And of course, out of your own self-interest, a lot of these white affluent people, rat libs, will choose the Democratic Party despite the atrocities that they commit, despite the atrocities that they normalize. It's man, it's truly fucking pathetic the way that that they approach it, while still trying to maintain this image, this facade, this PR, this character of being on the left.
Right. And you're seeing this type of process take place with Black people over hundreds of years, right? That we're better off not being self-determined because we'll harm women. We're better off being under the boot of our oppressors because at least I could ride around without a YN scaring me.
Right.
You
Right.
know.
Yeah. And I think these counterinsurgent technologies have also been used to strategize and to socially engineer as well.
Hmm.
So in the paper, we talk about Project Camelot and Project Agile, and how these were tools that essentially were there to be used to model after insurgent behavior. You see that there's a domestic, and then there's a domestic internal colonial counterinsurgency going on. Because me being in DC, just going on a quick tangent really
Yeah.
quick.
This is all right, and we'll stop here shortly, but this was so insightful, and it was fucking chilling, to be honest with you, because I'm over here in California. I'm in Southern California. Washington D.C. cannot be further from my mind. I didn't know this. Watch, listen closely.
Trump, he implements the 740 section 740 of the Home Rule Act. Then you get Mayor Bowser, who double downs by authoring the 090.
Not just double down, but like adding, if you were to double down behind the scenes and pass shit quietly, that's one thing. But if you're out here in a press conference promoting this shit, glorifying Donald Trump's, fascistic actions, this authoritarian police state advancement, or at least the removal of the veneer, the illusion that we're not in a police state. If you're out here glorifying that, what is the point of pretending to be in a different political party?
Within that, which basically integrates the federal troops past 30 days and allows this to rule for more than the tenure of 30 days that Congress wasn't going to allot or didn't want to vote on, let's say. But the reason why this is possible in many respects is what you called out earlier. There has been a lot of discourse and language around crime, robbery, YNs. And when we understand counterinsurgency as social engineering with the goal of pacification and assimilation, we understand how important discourses and language are to produce the kinds of strategies that they use in DC, that you see with Keisha Lance Bottoms in Atlanta with Cop City, that you saw in 2020 with Lori Lightfoot in Chicago, that you see in Philadelphia with the mayor. So these strategies that are used come off the backs of certain kinds of technologies, yes, because we understand that a lot of these technologies, especially with Cold War counterinsurgency, treat the populations as systems that could be mapped, that could be measured.
Literally that. It's a very, we are the fucking lab rats to them. That's how they view us. And again, one of the reasons why I really don't cover too much of these interviews is because I just shut the fuck up and listen. sometimes I want to fucking raise my hand and ask a question. But even then, I know that if I just shut the fuck up and listen, my question might be answered shortly in a way that is not only going to answer my query, but tell me so much more than even my limited understanding of the subject, that I can even question it. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I don't really cover too much of these conversations. And two, because I got to have something for me too, But he mentions, he gives those examples and realize that a lot of the politicians that they're pushing, that are promoting this, happen to be non-white, happen to be women, right? And like I said, look, what Kamala Harris would have been able to get away with, we can only fucking imagine, because we saw Hillary Clinton laughing on camera about Gaddafi, about what happened to Gaddafi, and nobody held her accountable for her fucking destruction of Libya there. So go ahead, subscribe to Why Saddam TV if you haven't already, because you're fucking up. You're fucking up. Here it is.
So, that is the land of unconfirmed. Yes, we came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No, I'm sure it did.
One more time.
He died. We saw, he died. Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
And because, yes, she's a white woman, she's able to laugh about this. I haven't really seen, even Trump doesn't really have this approach. Trump's approach is a little bit different than this. He can say the exact same thing, the exact same words, but there isn't a glee to it. It's not done in this joyous manner. It's done in a very brutish, bully style. But this is like, you could use this image. You could use this image and put live, laugh, love over it. And it'll be a beautiful, poster for your local hipster shop. So I'm saying there's differences. And what Kamala Harris would have been able to get away with, yes, white women have this, we've been conditioned to view them as innocent players. Even, feminism, white feminism, we don't acknowledge that all it is advocating for equality under white supremacy for women. Yes, Michael Martinez, Obama joked about drone striking the Jonas Brothers. He 100% did. But here she's talking about something that actually fucking occurred. Right? She's not making a joke. She's laughing at reality. So what Obama did, because he is a smooth talker, smooth operator, he's able to joke around the reality, to diminish and downplay the reality itself, for sure, but he jokes around it. He's not joking about drone striking funerals and weddings. He's joking about, one of the Jonas Brothers dating his daughter, and that he could, essentially the joke is that he is still a father, but with access to and the capabilities of the horrors and demonic, righteous, legal protections of the presidency of the United States. What Hillary Clinton is doing here is straight up laughing about Gaddafi getting murdered. She's gloating. Yes, the Hamon. She is fucking gloating.
We came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No, I'm sure it did.
Yeah, and people wanted you to vote for her. People wanted you to vote for her. And I've said this before. When it was her versus Trump, I said Trump is a fucking racist, but I don't know what he's going to do. Hillary, her whole life was with the objective of becoming president. And the horrific shit that she has already done while in political office, even when she was the first lady, stupid. For me, I knew enough at that point to say when she has power, it's gonna normalize so many atrocities that I couldn't get myself to vote for her. And I wasn't even that fucking radical at that point. I wasn't completely radicalized. Even then, you know, I felt guilty enough during Trump's first administration because I'm first generation. Like a lot of the stuff I may not experience directly, but I see in a very intimate manner. So I'm like, all right, fuck it, I'll vote for Joe Biden. And then he commits a genocide against Palestinians. And fucking lesson learned. And again, mind you, I voted for Joe Biden because I listened to Dr. Greg Carr's argument about judges, and I was hoping that AOC would keep the same pressure in regards to the concentration camps, the ICE concentration camps on the border. So it wasn't really faith in Joe Biden himself, but kind of the bureaucracy of having a Democratic president in the lower courts. And I did fall for the AOC bait. I'm not going to lie. But shout out to David Barnes for sending me this. Let me find it. I don't know if I want y'all seeing my my YouTube history because people get the wrong idea of why I watch certain stuff on YouTube. So I mean, you know, it's nothing gross or perverted, but I've realized that people get the wrong impression when you watch certain things, and they think that you like support it when that is the furthest things from the case. It's just I need to keep a fucking. Oh, what the fuck? Did it not pull it up? Why the fuck would it not save this? Maybe because it's unlisted. Oh, then I'm glad that I went on, that I took it out, because I got to go to my DMs. Again, so grateful for David Barnes' work. Gets the receipts. You know, if you're watching this stuff already, if you're tuning into the Majority Report or what have you, if you're tuning into these Wonder Bread YouTubers, and you see something that catches your attention, 239, don't hesitate to send it my way. Don't hesitate to send it my way. It goes a little further here. How much of this do we want to watch? Nah, not that much. Hold on. Okay. 240. Let's do 240. Let's do 240. I don't know. Let's do 250. Here we go. All right, fuck it. I didn't want to do that, but yeah, we're gonna have to use David Barnes' initial timestamp. You're right, David. You're right. Oh, it was further back. It's 239. Oh, that's why I was fucking up. 229. My bad. And Walker, I'm not great at looking at the comments, to be honest with you. Not anymore. $239. My bad. 239. Oh my god. Sorry, it's just so ridiculous to Sorry about this, y'all. Sorry about this. Sorry. I just despise him so fucking much. For him. Oh shit, my bad. I just realized it wasn't even on. Y'all gotta tell me. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Here we go.
Chris that woke that woke skater. Come on, Emma. To think Kamala would be doing anything different than when Biden did, maybe Iran wouldn't be bombed, or actually she would have gone further than Trump to show how tough she is. I just don't agree. I just do not agree, and I just said.
So she fucking mumbled her way through reading that critical question. So the person, in order to DM or IM the majority report, you need to be a paid subscriber, from my understanding. And you might get your question read, right? And the question is, hey, I think you're wrong. I think Kamala would have been worse than Trump, that she would have been forced to be more brutal. Mind you, this is what she was saying during her campaign trail. Now, Emma Vigeland spent 107 days washing the blood of Palestinians off of Kamala Harris's hands. If Kamala Harris said, I'm not changing anything in regards to Biden's relationship with the Zionist entity, I will continue it, Emma Vigeland would dismiss that and say, listen to her team. When her team would come out after Kamala Harris met with Palestinian activists backstage, Kamala Harris' team comes out and said, hey, we don't support an arms embargo. She says, don't listen to her team, listen to Kamala Harris. Look at the tea leaves. Look at the tea leaves. That is Emma Vigeland. Whitewashing a genocide, washing the blood of Palestinians off Kamala Harris. This is her response to a viewer criticism, a paid viewer, from my understanding, saying, hey, no, I think she would have been worse than Trump.
That it's about being in the coalition to put pressure on her, and the Democratic base, 8% support Israel's military inaction in Gaza. It's 70% on the right. Trump only listens to his base. That's the only person the people he listens to.
And the Democratic Party has never listened to their base. The Democratic Party is here because they don't listen to their base. We are all collectively here because of, we got to be honest, because Obama did not listen to his base. He misled the base. We know this. So, reactionary fucking farmers that bought into what Obama said felt betrayed. Funny, but felt betrayed. And be like, fuck it. Let me embrace my racism. And I'm going to vote Donald Trump.
Just on a numbers perspective, we would have had more of an opportunity to pressure Kamala Harris on this. Additionally,
she says, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I get so fucking frustrated. It's so fucking stupid and disingenuous to say just based on the numbers, we would have had enough to pressure Kamala Harris to move left on certain topics. She was unwilling to abandon a genocide to win the presidential election. She was unwilling to abandon a genocide to secure the highest office in the country, to be the first Black woman president of the United States. She was going to become the top fucking dog. And she could not get herself to abandon the genocide of Palestinians in order to secure that. How the fuck were we going to push her left? Everyone around Joe Biden who had a conscience quit. They resigned in protest. So if he would have been reelected, and the initial team that would have been in Harris's administration would have been Biden's picks, because she only had 107 days. Because of that, nobody there would have been opposed to the genocide of Palestinians because the ones with the conscience had already left. So how the fuck were we going to push Kamala left if we were unable to push Biden left?
The advisors that she had on her campaign that she was going to make national security advisor and other were Obama era Iran deal people. I do not believe it would have been the same thing. I don't know if she'd been better than Biden, but in the same situation, if Biden had won and was president again and had cognitive functioning, we would have been in that coalition in the exact in the same way. So it's not even about her being better than Biden. If she was just like Biden, we would have had the mechanism to pressure her.
Protests would have been more salient. That's the main thing.
Protests would have been more salient. I mean, we were out there in support of ending the genocide against Palestinians. How salient were those protests? How salient were the protests under Joe Biden? And notice how, and they've done this a lot with these rad libs. Oh, if only Biden would have been more cognitive. Oh, if only Biden was mentally there. But when everybody was laughing at Joe Biden's brain rot, they were defending him left and right. Oh, this is just the right misconstruing, spreading lies, this and that. Like, he's not lost. Dude, who remembers the Majority Report Biden parachute shit? Let's see if they have it. Yeah, this is close, but this isn't. Let's see. The National Desk, NBC News, CBS. No, I'm looking literally. The Majority Report covered this. Let's see. Let me just go to their channel. Fuck it. They defended this. It's fucking hilarious. I wonder if they removed it. I doubt they did. That would require work on their behalf. Oh, somebody did. It was parachute. Oh, they did not clip it? That is hilarious if they did not clip this shit. Let's try one more time, then we'll tap out if we can't find it. That is funny as fuck, bro. I mean, you would think that their channel would pop up. I literally put the Majority Report. Let's see here. Oh, here you go.
Biden appears to wander off at G7 summit. Has to be pulled back to group of world leaders. This is the New York Post. Here, play this video. Again, not, there are valid critiques of Joe Biden, even though I want him to be, to beat Donald Trump. But what the New York Post and the right wing is attempting to pull off here is I think they're going to be successful on some level. I mean, it's not like Biden's a spring chicken, but here it is. Okay, there's Biden. And they narrow the frame there.
Look how they excuse this.
And, okay, and he just wanders out. Now, he's wandering away. Where's he go? Okay, now he's giving the thumbs up and he's over there with a guy who's just landed, and they bring him back because they want to do photos. Put this up, put up the way that it's being cut everywhere. Because all people need to do is read the headline. Here's the way that it's being cut by the RNC and all of the right-wingers. This is from the New York Post. This is
because it's a right wing criticizing something. Sam Cedar has to oppose it in order to defend the Democratic Party. Even something as obvious as Joe Biden's brain rot.
They've posted on social media. Okay, they show the full video on their page, But nobody cares about this. I mean, the story is he wanders off, and so no one's going to go read about it. I'm not going to read about what's happening at the G7. I read the Post. I'm not interested in actually. I just want this. Look at how much they cut this off. Go ahead. Oh, he's just wandering off there. Oh. Now that's the full one, right? Now you don't see who he's thumbing up to. You don't even realize what he's doing. They just think he's wandering off. But look at the other one. Look at. Yeah, this is what the.
This is so sad, bro.
Oh, here's the wider version.
It's so fucking sad.
That, there's actually people he's talking to. Yeah.
Who are the people he's talking to? Who are the actual people he's talking to? It's so fucking stupid because yes, the first one is deceptive without a question. But also I think it's a YouTube reel. But nonetheless, if anybody has cognitive ability and they're in a group of fucking people and they're doing the photo op, and you've done this for your whole fucking career, you stay within the frame of the photo op. Everybody else is gathered. Why the fuck would you start wandering around away from the cameras? It wasn't what the Post was exaggerating to that point, but it was definitely one of many fucking signals of Biden's fucking brain rot. But because the right was, criticizing and pinpointing it, Sam MSNBC Cedar had to jump in to defend the Democratic Party. But now that it's out in the open, that it's been out in the open, that everyone around Joe Biden knew that he lost his fucking marbles. Is it Jake Tapper? Was Jake Tapper in his book? He wrote about that? I forget who it was. Now they want to pat themselves in the back by mentioning his cognitive dissonance. You mean his brain fucking rot? Yeah, Dr. Dune, the Twitch chat. Well, the Post was right. In this case, he dropped out. But Sam Cedar and these, rad libs were still defending Joe Biden's mental ability. Even though in his debate with Bernie Sanders, we already saw that he was fucking gone. And that Bernie was unwilling to take the fucking KO and was actually carrying Joe Biden to the finish line.
I've seen it where they cut before he gives a thumbs up. So there's just some notion like he's lost. They did the same thing with him crouching to sit down. I mean, he's an old man. He sits down slowly. There's no doubt about it. But it looks like he's just crouching down for no reason. But they're all seconds away from bending down and sitting down.
And the news media loves this because you don't need any understanding of really anything other than that people age to understand this story.
But it's interesting too with that video that the New York Post social posted that didn't cut before the thumbs up, because if you had no context whatsoever, you'd be like, this guy's really senile. He's making gestures towards nobody. Like he's not even.
Well, also, you look at the video, you have already been influenced by the framing of it. Is he's wandering off? No. He's just not like staying for the picture, and he's going over to see the actual guys that they're out there to see. Like he's.
No, bro. It is a photo op. You stay within your fucking frame to take the appropriate fucking photos. And he's like, no, he was just trying to talk to the other guys everybody else was ignoring. He was being a good Samaritan. He felt that man was unseen, and he wanted to know that Joe Biden sees him as a human being and connect with him. No, that was a senior moment. That was a senior moment. You don't see other, why didn't any other, leader there, political leader, do the same fucking thing? They didn't disperse. They stayed in their fucking area for the photo op. But Joe Biden was like, this is cool. How neat. And here you have Sam Cedar defending this shit. And they had to fucking, oh man, we got like 5 seconds on this.
He's actually like experiencing it rather than just for the photo op. I mean, I'm not trying to be complimentary, but it's like it's not.
He's living in the moment was his fucking excuse. He's actually experiencing it. He's living in the moment. Look at this shit.
Like staying for the picture, and he's going over to see the actual guys that they're out there to see. Like he's actually like experiencing it rather than just for the photo op. I mean, I'm not trying to be complimentary, but it's like it's not such a crazy thing that he's doing.
He's actually experiencing it. Bro, there was one right in front of them. The point of having the person right in front of them was for the photo op.
Yeah, this is what
the main dude is right here.
Here's the wider version where they make.
The only reason they start turning around is because they see Joe Biden like start moving. But look, their bodies were facing this dude, with the exception of these two cats back here, because they see Joe Biden fucking heading in that direction. She started to turn too, be like, wait, what the fuck is happening?
Make it clear that, there's actually people he's talking
And they're
to.
moving to try and cover for him. Look. They're frantically moving to try and normalize his dumbass fucking behavior. Look. Yeah. You see the crowd of fucking cameramen? We're here for them. And Sam Cedar was rationalizing by saying he was living in the moment. Live, laugh, love.
And then they bring it back. I mean, I've seen it where they cut.
He's making gestures towards nobody. Like he's not even.
Well, also, you look at the video. You
So
have already been
fucking
influenced
stupid.
by the framing of it. Is he's wandering off? No, he's just not like staying for the picture, and he's going over to see the actual guys that they're out there to see. Like he's actually like experiencing it rather than just for the photo op. I mean, I'm not trying to be complimentary, but it's like it's not such a crazy thing that he's doing.
And what do you wonder what they say? Let's see here. Because this is the Majority Report Reddit from a year ago. All these pieces about Sleepy Joe just inform on already clear bias. If you think Biden is unfit for office, the video is just further evidence. I literally heard people talking about this in my job, furious that Biden is so old and stupid, he is just mandering off absent-mindedly. This is propaganda and it works. At least somebody says age is a legit criticism, though. Both Biden and Trump are too old for this. They are. Why is this video sped up? I don't know. It's clear he's speaking and stuff. It would be weird if he was just talking to thin air. I mean, I saw this video yesterday on Reddit, and I knew the second I saw it that the framing was trying to tell a different story from reality. And as expected, all the comments were calling him senile, and the best Democrats could come up with was, little do they know the senile incompetent morons were them. I mean, bro, how the fuck did that turn out? Can you change the comments to see the latest on? I would have to log in, huh? Yeah, I would have to log in. This is so fucking pathetic. Daka doing it in the Twitch chat. If that was the only senior moment, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But this was just one of countless occurrences. Yep. All right, where were we? Nope. Nope.
And
This is gonna be a good time, but nope.
Protests would be more salient. I think you can't really, on any specific issue, it's hard for me to guarantee much of Kamala doing, but that's the issue is like Matt Iglesias saying there hasn't been a lot of protests.
Hold on. One of the arguments that Emma Vigeland made earlier, my apologies before I got distracted, before we went to their boss, it's a 240, 240.
It'll hurt.
Wait, what the fuck?
Wet ass Pelosi.
Yeah, fucking disgusting ass fucking people, bro. One of the comments that was made. Here we go.
And had cognitive functioning, we would have been in that coalition in the exact in the same way. So it's not even about her being better than Biden. If she was just like Biden, we would have had the mechanism to pressure her.
Protests would be more
exactly.
salient.
Her argument was that because her team would have been composed of people from Obama's administration that helped come up with Iran nuclear deal. Bro, the empire had moved beyond that. The empire moved beyond that. There wasn't no going back to that shit. And not only that, if that were the case, then why didn't Biden in his 4 years resecure the Iran nuclear deal? But also, why the fuck would you want to support that shit? How does it serve the left to pigeonhole Iran? How does it serve the left in the US to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon? It only serves the Zionist entity and US empire to prevent that from occurring. So why is that something that you're advocating for to begin with? Joe Biden had 4 years to secure it. He didn't do it. And he was Obama's vice president. What the fuck makes you think that Kamala Harris would have secured that? And again, we saw what Hillary was allowed to do to Gaddafi in Libya. And now she celebrated that shit. Harris out here saying we're going to have the most deadly fucking military. As a woman, as a Democratic woman, she would have been forced to put some blood on the scoreboard.
That's the main thing. Protests would be more salient. I think you can't really, on any specific issue, it's hard for me to guarantee much of Kamala doing, but that's the issue.
On any specific issue, it's hard for me to push for Kamala Harris, basically. But here I am, doing my best to make sure that we get re-signed by Peacock, or fucking MSNBC.
It was like Matt Iglesias saying there hasn't been a lot of protests lately. It's because, like, yeah, no one thinks that they can get a listening voice on the Republican side, whereas on the Democrat side, we have James Tallarico, Brian, coming out and being asked after reporting that he was taking money from Miriam Adelson, having to say this on MSNBC, this is something you won't see said on the Republican side.
There's a few.
And then they praise a dude that was taking money from, how do you say your last name? Adelson or some shit like that. He just said it. Adelson. It's hilarious, bro. These people celebrate crumbs. They're so fucking pathetic. But this kind of reminds me of what was it? Kamala Harris justifying why she Kamala Harris justifying why she did not have, anyone that was Palestinian on stage. Let me pull this. There's an excerpt from her book that just got dropped. And let me find it. Okay, here it is. Here we go. Let me just close that out. Kamala Harris explaining in her book why not a single Palestinian or Arab American was allowed to speak at the DNC. I don't know if there's a way for me to make it to where I could read it and y'all could see the whole thing at the same time. It's very small lettering. I'm going to have to zoom in for this. I'm sorry, y'all. There had been speculation that Chicago might erupt in violence as it did in 1968 during the Vietnam War. That hadn't happened. Mignon's team had worked closely with Chicago police, everyone on the same page regarding the importance of respecting free speech and practicing de-escalation if things got heated. The Gaza protests outside the convention remained mostly peaceful. Inside, also, Mignon had made sure that every delegation had a veteran whip, someone with a long experience of conventions, taking the temperature of their delegates and working for solidarity. Solidarity for a fucking genocide is wild. But there was tension and some bitterness that we had not given a speaking slot to a Palestinian spokesperson. I knew that the section of my speech dealing with the Gaza war had a lot writing on it. As David Von Duro wrote in the Washington Post, it was the rockiest, most perilous passage, her 5.0 degree of difficulty straddle on the war in Gaza. She charged right in and defended Israel. And just as it felt as though the room might split, she affirmed the humanity and suffering of the Palestinians. She then moved into a oration on the subject that everyone was able to cheer for. And behold, she had bought through the impossible strait. What the fuck? She had her boat through the impossible. What the fuck does that even mean? Hold on. I'm not educated. What the fuck? A small vessel, yes. Travel or go in a boat for pleasure? The fuck are we doing here? And behold, she had her boat through the impossible strait. That is fucking weird, bro, to say the least. So in her own book, she's justifying, these violent Arabs, they might get a little too rowdy, so we had to make sure that we coordinate with the police to be prepared for them, for their explosive personalities. And then quote somebody glorifying her response. That is something else. That is something fucking else. No, I know a strait is a narrow body of water, but I'm like, why the fuck would you? No, I just couldn't understand like why you would use that like euphemism, metaphor, whatever the fuck, for what she did. I mean, I don't know who the author of that quote was, if he was saying like glorifying this fucking odyssey, this trek that she took. But that's just, man, when these motherfuckers have nothing positive to say, they get like too fucking poetic. And it's just like, Gospie, she uses a lot of weird language in her book. Trust me. I mean, I'll trust you, but she's quoting somebody else. It's just, I was like, I was just like, are you like what fucking boat? Like what are we doing here? Is this how political commentator hacks, right? Is that what it is? Is that what threw me off? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, oh, her boat in the impossible strait. I'm like, I'm sorry, but my fucking basic brain does not fucking compute. Blame the CT. I don't know. But like when I read shit like that, I'm like, what is happening here? What are you doing? What movie are we fucking watching? Yeah. I guess she's the fucking captain of, it's not even a ship, it's a fucking boat. Ship, I could understand. She's the captain. She's leading the Democratic Party, whatever. Boat. I mean, boat, I guess is more accurate because this fucking clown was, I don't know, man. I think ship would have been more appropriate, but yeah, whatever. A ship should have been it, right? I don't know, man. It's so fucking stupid. But yeah, that's Kamala Harris. And the funny part is, these are the fucking protesters. These are the people they were fucking afraid of. Here we go. These were the people they were actually like wanting to speak at the DNC. Maybe when it doesn't let you. These were them. Uncommitted delegates staged sit-in outside of the United Center at the DNC. All to have their pre-approved speech read by their hand-chosen DNC Democrat. Well, we gotta watch this now. This shit's funny as shit. Hold on, I gotta remove this. Keep clicking on this. Look at this shit, bro. I was watching this earlier and I was like, bro is fucking pathetic. Where is it?
Get off planes and shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the H-1B thing? Israel instead of Turkey? No, I'm saying Israel does not want us interrupted by protesters 3 times. Harris addresses Gaza in her dissent to the Biden admin in this video clip. But also those who didn't vote for her because of that help led to Trump's winning. We are here right now. Didn't have to be this way in terms of the blank check this president is given.
Back to this point, it seems like, we need to talk about it a little bit more, is 5 months after October 7th.
Yeah, if the blank check had a D next to it, is good. Blank check with an R next to it, bad. That's how it works. Yeah, Turkey does want a stable Syria so they can send millions of Syrians back to Syria as well. Or at least like at the domestic level, there is a lot of interest in that.
I gave a speech at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge in commemoration of Bloody Sunday.
And you'd be surprised by how many of his viewers, despite it being one of like the biggest moments of this year, Ethan Klein and Hassan speaking. Hassan admits that he voted for Kamala Harris. Almost throws it in Ethan's face like he's bragging, while having the Palestinian flag around his neck. While having the Palestinian flag around his neck, Hassan Piker brags about voting for Kamala Harris. You'd be surprised how many of his viewers don't know this. And once I show them the fucking video of him admitting this, immediately create excuses for why a leftist in California would vote for Kamala Harris while claiming to be an ally of Palestinians. It is, man, so fucking pathetic. And I replied to something, here it is.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
But he, he knows that his audience aren't the brightest. He knows that they won't hold him accountable because he's a rich white man. So he doesn't give a fuck. He could play both sides like this.
I was the first person at the highest level of our United States government or administration to talk.
And please, if you are subscribed to me, if you're a viewer, please don't bite your fingernails. It is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. You could buy nail polish that tastes like gross that you could apply if you have that like an anxiety issue with it. But it's one of the most disgusting habits you can do is bite your nails.
Talk about the fact that the people in Gaza were starving. That was a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Good thing she didn't say shit after. And also sent Richie Torres to Michigan and Bill Clinton to Michigan. And also said she wouldn't change a damn thing outside of getting a Republican in her cabinet. And also paraded around with Liz Cheney. And also tried to adopt the positions of the opposition party from 4 years prior when it came to the most consequential broad standing policy, immigration. Good thing she also said, we need to have the most lethal military under my command.
She said all that.
All of those things combined. On top of, I'm going to be a small business. My mother was a small business. Here's $50,000 in tax credits for small businesses was her major policy provision for all of the economic hardships that every American was experiencing. And it turns out people were too stupid, I guess. It's so crazy.
Not you though, Hassan. You weren't too stupid. Despite all that, the laundry list that Hassan has, despite all that shit, despite all that, guess what happened? Despite everything that he just mentioned, what happened? What'd he do? What did he do?
For Kamala Harris, you got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris, you got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris, you got problem?
He can name that whole entire thing, and he still voted for her. He still voted for her, and he's aggressive with it. You see what I mean? He just yaps. There's a reason why he doesn't come from like a background organizing space. There's a reason why he doesn't come back from like a unionizing space. There's a reason why he doesn't even fucking volunteer. There's a reason why he doesn't get off his ass to actually do the work when it doesn't financially benefit him or his clout chasing activities. Because he just talks about it. He just yaps. He could yap and read the laundry list of why you should not have voted for Kamala Harris, mock the Democratic Party, and guess what? He will still vote for them. He will still normalize their genocide.
Crazy that people like, what are we doing? Why do liberals have this tendency to only demonstrate party loyalty against their left flank when they don't deserve it? I promise.
Because they know you're still gonna vote for them, dumbass. Because they know you're still gonna vote for them. I mean, it's to the point that Mike from PA has a better position on this, although he's a slimy fucking fraud, weaselly, pathetic, like secretion of a human being. But at least he says the Democratic Party should be abandoned.
If Republicans were this aggro about not offering anything to their base of support, they probably would revolt. They almost did with the Jeffrey Epstein shit, and that's like marginal. It's crazy.
But Democratic voters don't do that because they have release valves like you, like Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, like Hal Kalinske and Crystal Ball, where they could tune in to someone and release their pressure and be heard and be like, yeah, you know, these fucking Democrats, they don't listen to us, this and that. But once voting comes, you all agree, well, we still have to vote for the Democratic Party. You will smear third parties, like the Green Party, who is consistently attacked by the Democratic Party, legally. You will completely ignore the PSL when it comes time to voting. But you will go and clout farm at their fucking protest. And you wonder why the Democratic voter does not revolt like the Republican voter allegedly does. And I say allegedly because most of that shit is AstroTurf. Like the Tea Party was AstroTurf. So you can't claim that they rebelled against their fucking Republican Party when it wasn't organic. And it was just done to benefit the ruling class even more.
Republicans do a very good job with redirecting the attention of their base to culture war issues, culture war narratives that they dominate the airwaves with. They badger you all the time. They make mountains out of molehills. They create problems where none exist. They invent new hysterics and then declare war on said hysterical frameworks that only they are tasked with defeating. They create a narrative environment that makes people feel like they are the only,
you know, yes, I agree with all this. Sure. Watch how it wraps up.
Victors here. Democrats, on the other hand, play defense against those completely made up narratives, no matter how stupid or hysterical they may be. And then sometimes they adopt the framework of their opposition. This is a mistake. I've said over and over.
It's not a fucking mistake. It is a strategy to normalize reactionary positions, bro. It's not a mistake. A mistake implies that they don't know what they're doing. When this has been a long, almost since the inception of the Democratic and Republican Party, strategy to move the country further into the hands of capital of the elite by normalizing atrocities and the betrayal of the working class when the Democratic Party doesn't. You know, I had the opportunity to speak to some labor lawyers recently. My last union meeting. One made a little joke that almost got him fucking, that almost got me locked up. And that's why even like not organizers, but some people involved in labor are very much anti-immigrant. Let's put it that way. But I put my shit in the back burner when I'm doing union work to the best of my ability. But his partner clearly understood what the issue was, and so I was like, all right, cool. All right, it is what it is. But I asked him, like, hey, like, you know, the narrative is that Joe Biden is the most pro-labor president we've had in, you know, in decades. And they're like, oh yeah, he was this and that. I'm like, yeah, I think objectively that is correct. However, I have been saying, and I would like to hear your opinion as, you know, labor lawyers. I've been saying that the railroad workers' strike would have been the most impactful modern history union strike, raising class conscious that we've had in modern U.S. history. And that him stopping that from occurring actually did more damage than whatever progress he did otherwise. And they couldn't argue against it. They were like, yeah, like that's a fair argument. That like we obviously can't know because he stopped it. But they even acknowledged that it's something that we hadn't seen. That it would have affected, that it would have been across state lines, that it would have affected so many different aspects of our economy, that it's hard to argue against my fucking position, which I think is just an objective one. There's a reason why they didn't let it happen, because it would have been too impactful. And that is the Democratic Party at the end of the day. They feed you fucking crumbs and want you to be grateful for it.
Over again, that my anger and resentment for the Democratic Party stems from their closeness to the Republicans. The very fact that they do not fight the Republicans. Kamala Harris was a perfect demonstration of this method. It was a perfect demonstration of the failure of this method. And yet, 9 months after...
And yet, you voted for her. And yet, you voted for her.
After the fact, we're still stuck relitigating this failed franchise for some weird reason. And liberals still eat this shit up. I don't get it. Half of the liberals that you know, half of the normie liberals that you know, on the one hand, still...
What the fuck is a normie liberal? What the fuck is a normie liberal? I don't get these fucking online terms. I really don't. I mean, but this motherfucker lives online. That's all he does. I should stop talking shit because like we've been hitting 5 hours recently, and I'm like, that ain't too fucking far away from his 10 hours. His daily 10 hours of streaming.
Abide by this undeserved loyalty to Kamala Harris and the establishment Democrats for some indecipherable reason to me. Don't know why, but
you had this loyalty. You voted for her. You had this loyalty for the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris. So please describe to us why you're so indebted, why you're so loyal to the Democratic Party. Is it because they provide you access with all these politicians? Because your status wouldn't be so high if you were actually pushing for a third party. If God forbid, there was a vanguard party that opposed the Democratic Party and challenged it from the left. Because here's the thing. For people like Hassan Piker, it's all about image. So if you support an independent candidate, if you support a third party and they lose, you look like a loser. When we understand that losing is part of the process and that we learn from those mistakes and that we improve the next time around. But that you fight back, even in the own political fucking electoral bubble. You fight back. You push back. You try to provide an alternative for the working class and demonstrate to them the limitations of this political institution. But you use the format to raise, class consciousness. Hassan wouldn't support them. He doesn't now. What we got, he doesn't support. He chooses the Democratic Party because he's afraid of getting that stench of loser on him. That's what it is. It's all about his self-image. Young base world, according to Hassan, he did that for harm reduction. I could buy that excuse if he was in a swing state, which Kamala lost all of them. I could buy that excuse because, you always want to be charitable to these people because they're so full of shit that you can afford to be charitable to them and give them like some leeway because they'll prove you correct either way. So even if this harm reduction aspect of it makes no sense when you live in fucking California. It makes no sense when you live in California. If you're on the left to vote for the Democratic Party, it really doesn't. They're going to win California. So why not help a third party? Why not? That represents your politics or should be representing your politics more than Democratic Party. Yeah, I mean, bro, again, this is the part to vote for Kamala Harris in California. It's inexcusable. It really isn't.
Those very same liberals are also angry at Hakeem Jeffries and angry at Chuck Schumer. They think Kamala Harris is this perfect president and ran a perfect campaign.
Yes. I mean, essentially Emma Vigeland, he's always describing her. It's quite frankly hilarious. But that very same fact is my reasoning for why I'm like, yeah, I can't vote for her. because they already think she's perfect. Guess what happens when she gets in office? We saw it with Obama. Guess what happens when Kamala Harris, who's still viewed as a perfect political candidate, takes control of the office? When her party is already committing a genocide. That's why I pulled up Hillary Clinton. Exactly, and Walker. Jill Stein was cooked on the Breakfast Club for losing elections. Yep. And yet, the Democratic Party blamed her for Hillary losing the election to Donald Trump. Wild. Mickey makes mistakes. Also, Hassan allegedly claimed to be voting for PSL, PFP, while voting Harris. I mean, if you got the receipt for that, that'd be wonderful. But I just got to go by what we know is he bragged about voting for Kamala Harris. I do know that his former business partner, the Zionist Ethan Klein, was like, oh, he never disclosed who he voted for. So he used that to claim that he didn't vote for Harris. Which is hilarious because it's like, bro, he's not even that much of a leftist. Hassan Piker can't even be bothered not to vote for Harris.
They recognize that the current Democratic Party is not doing enough. These two things are contradictory.
Did you hear what he said? The current Democratic Party. Because he wants to save the fucking Democratic Party.
To one another. Kamala Harris is exactly of the same mindset of the current Democratic Party that's not doing enough. That's precisely the reason why she didn't say shit for months while she was writing her book. What is this dog doing?
She wasn't writing shit, dumbass.
Excuse me? Is it played?
She wasn't writing shit. I don't know how much of this I want to see, to be honest, though.
In the Oval Office. I was not president. I couldn't make the decisions.
It don't matter. You were running for president. You should have forcibly separated yourself from the admin. This is what
she didn't, because she knew fucking sellouts, vendidos like you, still were going to vote for her. She was betting that enough people still would have voted for her. But thankfully, there are enough people out there with some integrity that oppose genocide regardless of who does it. Unlike you, Hassan, that refused to vote for her, that refused to normalize a genocide just because the Democratic Party was carrying it out. See, Mills, Jill Stein is gone every 4 years. I don't give a fuck about I was gonna say Butch Ware, Jill Stein. I don't care. I don't think I've ever voted for the Green Party. I don't fucking care about Jill Stein. Jill Stein has not conducted a genocide. I don't fucking care about Jill Stein.
What I kept saying over and over again.
Also, it was supposed to be Dr. Cornel West. The reason why they got Jill Stein in there again was because Dr. Cornel West didn't want to play ball with the Green Party.
Biden is an anchor around Kamala Harris's neck. Cut it. Cut the dead weight, literally and figuratively. And she didn't do it. And she still defends that position, even though the Biden admin literally shit on her after the fact. It doesn't make no sense. Kamala Harris explaining in her book why not a single
It does make perfect fucking sense, you dumbass.
You should have forcibly separated yourself from the admin. This is what I kept saying over and over again.
He's saying, you should have lied to us. Hassan Piker is saying, Kamala Harris, you should have lied to your voters and claimed that you were going to do something you weren't going to do. At the very least, I can say, credit for Kamala not lying that she was going to do something she wasn't going to do. She was going to continue carrying out the extermination of Palestinians through the Zionist proxy the same way that Joe Biden was doing. She was going to continue. Basically, it was going to be the Biden administration 2.0. At the very least, she was honest about that.
I kept saying over and over again, Biden is an anchor around Kamala Harris's neck. Cut it. Cut the dead weight, literally and figuratively.
The funny thing is that Hassan Piker, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Cal Kalinske, Crystal Ball, they all still would have voted for Joe Biden, regardless how fucking senile, brain rotten, genocidal he was. They still would have voted for him. Before we saw how completely gone he was, Crystal Ball and Cal Kalinske were debating Brianna Joy Gray on why the left should vote for Joe Biden.
And she didn't do it. And she still defends that position, even though the Biden admin literally shit on her after the fact. It doesn't make no sense.
It makes perfect fucking sense, but you get money, you get access to make sure that it doesn't make sense to your fucking audience. Hassan Piker is no different than what Cenk Uygur is at TYT. What Cenk Uygur is to fucking liberals, Hassan Piker is to radlibs.
Kamala Harris explaining in her book why not a single Palestinian Arab American was allowed to speak at the DNC. Harris,
let's see if he gets this. I mean, I don't know. He's more, he grew up more affluent and educated than I did. So maybe it's normal for him to hear that dumbass boat reference at the end. It should have been a ship. That would have made sense, I guess. But the boat thing was just stupid. I was just imagining Kamala Harris like rowing a boat through the strait. And I'm like, this doesn't inspire me. It doesn't generate leadership. It honestly, quite frankly, demonstrates somebody desperately trying to get out of a dangerous fucking dangerous waters. That's what it was. And eventually failing to do so.
Continues to write and speak lots of words and say nothing. None of this means anything. The issue was never abstract humanity affirmation of Palestinians. It was not a yoga retreat. It was supporting policies that ended their massacre, which she refused to do. There have been speculation that Chicago might erupt in violence as it did in 1968 during the Vietnam War. That hadn't happened. Minion's team had worked closely with Chicago police, everyone on the same page regarding the importance of respecting free speech and practicing de-escalation if things got heated. The Gaza protests outside the convention remained mostly peaceful. Inside, also, Minion had made sure that every delegation had a veteran whip, someone with long experience of conventions, taking the temperature of their delegates and working for solidarity. But there was tension and some bitterness that we had not given a speaking slot to a Palestinian spokesperson. I knew that the section of my speech dealing with Gaza war had a lot riding on it. As David Wandrell wrote in the Washington Post, it was the rockiest, most perilous passage. Her 5 degrees of difficulty straddle on the war in Gaza.
I guess the passage thing connects with the boat and the strait. I can see how I kind of missed that, but again, why not a ship? A captain of a ship makes more sense than her fucking rickety ass fucking boat, bro.
She charged right in and defended Israel. And just as it felt as though the room might split, she affirmed the humanity and suffering of the Palestinians. She then moved into a peroration on the subject that everyone was able to cheer for. And behold, she had her boat through the impossible strait. She lost. So clearly it didn't work. Oh, yeah, I know. She said, I'm not president right now. There's
Bro, he's so fucking white. He is so fucking white, bro.
There's nothing I can do at the end of the clip. Yeah, neither am I. But that doesn't stop us from trying, does it? Neither
trying
are
what?
The thousands of people in this community.
Trying what, motherfucker? Try voting for the Democratic Party harder? Try normalizing a genocide harder?
The centrists backing Dover's left bashing. The reason they smear protests is because they can't articulate a defense of by the Biden-Harris policy on Gaza. Harris couldn't in her book. Biden aides are now running away from it. Biden, of course, can't articulate it, so they feel better about themselves by smearing the critics. That's precisely what's going on. It's the same performative loser, says centrism fan account, another annoying libtard. It's the same performative losers who exclusively protest Dems on whatever issue of the day, Green New Deal, immigration, Medicare for all, Fight for 15, etc., etc. All they care about is shitting on Dems. These guys have designed a reality where they think their inability to address the demands being made by broad subsects of American society in the base of support for the Democratic Party is actually something that they must avoid. They must ignore. These guys are simply spoilers.
These guys aren't helping the Democratic Party the way I want to help the Democratic Party. I should be the voice of the Democratic Party. I can show you how to whitewash a genocide like no other, is what he's saying. Fucking pathetic, bro. Fucking truly pathetic. Where are we at? Oh, this shit made me laugh. Well, we were covering this lady yesterday. She does it again, folks. She does it again. Listen closely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Susan Collins is very concerned, and she has very good reason to be very concerned because she has an opponent that is not beholden to corporations or to an incompetent man that lies about his weight and height. I want to welcome to iHip News senatorial candidate Graham Plattner from the great state of Maine. Mr. Plattner, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me on.
That's a real voice right there. That's the voice of a real American. Right there. Yeah. God damn it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. God bless America.
So excited to see that you were running against Susan Collins because as a woman that lives in a red state who wanted other women that didn't live in Christian nationalist states to vote to protect the rights of women federally across the country, she has consistently been such a disappointment. I mean, just such a total disappointment. She didn't stand up to Kavanaugh. She didn't stand up for women. And I was so relieved to see somebody with a message like yours run against her.
Yeah, she has been this attempt to play the moderate charade that she's done for so long. I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody buys it. I don't think Republicans buy it. And I certainly don't think Democratic voters in Maine buy it.
They don't buy it anymore. So guess what? They're going to roll out you motherfuckers now. They're going to roll you out. They're going to roll out Zohran, Mamdani, to trick the people once again, to get them to believe in the Democratic Party once again. Thank you for your fucking service, and we'll get to that shortly.
It is very clear that she only votes for things that she can claim are moderate when she knows the Republican Party has the votes to pass them or to pass what they want to get done. She never stands up when it counts. She never takes the risks when it counts. She merely wants to be able to message that she's a moderate without ever having to do anything real that's going to back it up. And obviously, like her votes to confirm people like RFK, her votes to confirm Brett Kavanaugh, back when she said that that this was Roe v. Wade was settled law, and that's why she wasn't worried about it. And here we find ourselves. So she very much, I think, understands what's going on. She's just trying to play a messaging game.
And don't you think that's the problem with moderates in general is they're trying to, it's like a pick me politics. Like I want everybody to like me and therefore you don't stand for anything. And at the core of our party right now, we have two moderates.
The fucking political analysis. She's a pick me. All right, bro.
Who have been consistently disappointing as Senator Collins has. And over the weekend, we saw Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer go on national television and humiliate themselves and show zero courage. Number one, Hakeem Jeffries.
What about Hakeem Jeffries? What is number one?
Voted to honor Charlie Kirk. How a black man votes to honor an unrepentant racist is beyond me.
What did we say yesterday? White people love to use compradors, to use these fucking vendidos, these fucking sellouts, as punching bags to let out their anti-black racism. And you don't see the same level of anger, of disgust directed at white people. You don't see them direct that same type of anger and disgust at white people. Because they normalize white supremacy coming from white people. You're like, that makes sense. That makes sense to them. When black people do it, when brown people do it, the same fucking shit white people are doing, they're fucking appalled. They're disgusted suddenly. I don't get it. I don't get why they fucking do that. Other than, hey, here's a minority who I could without being judged or held accountable, release my anti-blackness towards? Why is the same disgust and rage and perplexed confusion not expressed towards a Jewish man promoting a Christian white nationalist? Or maybe she's about to do it. Maybe she's about to do it. Because she mentioned Chuck Schumer. Maybe she's going to say, I don't understand how a Jewish man can promote a Christian white nationalist. It's here.
And then you have Chuck Schumer embarrass himself on national television, basically saying he's going to continue to talk to Zohran Mamdani, and he wants to continue to write strongly worded letters and sit down and demand a meeting with.
No. But he's Jewish, and Charlie Kirk was a Christian white nationalist. Wait, why don't you have the same criticism of Chuck Schumer, a Jewish man, that you just had for Hakeem Jeffries? Why aren't you confused about why a Jewish man would be praising, promoting, glorifying, whitewashing the rhetoric of a Christian white nationalist who is inherently anti-Semitic despite his allegiance to Zionism? Huh. Isn't that strange? Let's do it one more time.
Number one, Hakeem Jeffries voted to honor Charlie Kirk. How a black man votes to honor an unrepentant racist is beyond me. And then you have Chuck Schumer embarrass himself on national television, basically saying he's going to continue to talk to Zohran Mamdani, and he wants to continue to write strongly worded letters and sit down and demand a meeting with President Trump. And
look, I don't need to exaggerate. I don't need to make shit up. I don't need to fucking reach. They do it themselves. We went over this yesterday. And here we are again. Can somebody explain to me why she found it repulsive that Hakeem Jeffries, a black man, did this, and she needs to point that shit out and be in verbal disgust about it, but doesn't do the same thing for a Jewish man? And mind you, even before yesterday, when was it, last week, where she completely missed the anti-Semitic dog whistle that she was fucking like promoting and agreeing with, a video clip? And these are the people that are being glorified. Hassan Piker was on this show. And of course, white women being white women, they sexualize his ass. They objectified his ass. He loves it, so it's like, whatever. But it normalizes the predatory behavior of white women. It does. They get a fucking free pass.
I just wanted to take my phone, Graham, and throw it at the TV. It makes me so mad. How do you feel as new blood in the Democratic Party? How do you feel when you see these beholden politicians that play pick-me politics act like this at this very historic moment in our country?
I don't think that you could find people more ideologically and emotionally incapable of rising to their moment in history than the leadership of the Democratic Party right now. In many ways, I used to get much angrier at them than I do now. It used to be I thought that they were like making these choices. I honestly think that just because of the kind of politics they grew up in, they can't help themselves. This is just all they know how to do, which is not an excuse, by the way. I mean, for me, that's the exact reason why they can't be in leadership right now. For instance, on the continuing resolution stuff last Friday, we know that we are engaging with an opponent that is not interested in coming to any serious compromise. That's how we have to be acting too. We should be asking for all the money that was cut for Medicaid and Medicare to come back before we start talking about funding the government. Now, we know they're not going to do it, but that's why you have to ask for it and then message on it. Pretending that we're supposed to still be in this world where we're going to find.
This is funny because, bro, if you're saying, hey, we got to shut down the government, just fucking say that shit. Just say it. Own that shit, though. You're going to have to own that shit.
Some common ground with the Republican Party on these things, it's insane, and it just makes us lose and continue losing. There still are mechanisms of power when you are not in the majority. We need to be using those mechanisms of power, which are primarily around argue for everything that you want, hold out until you get it. You're not going to get it. And at that point, you get to message on the fact that Republicans would rather keep Medicaid and Medicare unfunded than open the government. But that's not what our leadership is doing. And it's exactly what they need to be. And then on the, I was told vote blue no matter who for ages. And I did, even for people I did not think were the best candidates for the job. The fact that the same people that told us that.
Hold on. So, you were told to vote blue no matter who. And instead of saying, hey, fuck, I'm not voting blue anymore, you're like, no. Vote blue no matter who, but this time, me. That's funny.
Now refuse to endorse Zohran Mamdani, who is the primary winner in the party, is, it's to say it's laughable is something else. It's so ridiculous. It's so obvious what it is. And it's I have no patience for it, which quite frankly is why I'm in this race now. I'm sick and tired of waiting for Democratic Party leadership.
He has no patience for it. Homie, you signed up to the fucking party. Is he running as an independent? Because then I would understand you have no patience for it. You're running as an independent.
To figure it out. We've got to go do it ourselves now.
When I see a senator like Susan Collins, who she comes out and she says all the things that I would assume her constituents want to hear, because when I hear it, I think, okay, well, that sounds like she's leaning.
I kind of don't care what she has to say. There's something here that made me laugh. Question that was asked.
Lobby that
yes.
MAGA.
I think we beat her in 2026. I honestly think we trounce her.
Love it. What about
Love
AIPAC
it.
money?
Love
What do you
it.
think about that? Democrats taking money from the AIPAC lobby, which is the same lobby that MAGA is completely beholden to. I think this is a cancer in our party, and I think we as voters need to sniff it out. And I think that's the problem with Hakeem, and that's the problem with Schumer, is they're beholden to the same people that are beholden to Donald Trump, and they're just the party of MAGA light.
Oh, I agree entirely. I refuse to take AIPAC money. I won't. When you follow the money, you find that they support many hard right conservative candidates. It is no surprise to me that many of the people in our party who are incapable of standing up to this stuff are also taking money from the same people who fund MAGA republicanism. So it cannot be.
MAGA republicanism. You know, that's just a dog whistle for saying like, oh, the Republican Party needs to come back to its old ways. The Republican Party needs to be saved from MAGA.
I am all for a big tent in the Democratic Party. I would love to see everything from people on the left to
I thought you lost your patience. I thought you lost your fucking patience, bro. What the fuck? You see the double speak? You see the double speak one side and then the other?
people who are moderates, even to people that hold some right positions, as long as they're not, frankly, abhorrent. I'm okay. I'm okay with all. Yeah, as long as they're not fascists.
Right.
Wait. Hold on. What right positions? What right-wing positions aren't abhorrent? What right-wing positions aren't abhorrent? And now the bar is fascist? Now the bar is fascist? The bar is don't be a fascist and I could work with you? Wow. It's so fucking inspirational. It's so goddamn inspirational. I am inspired. Honestly, I love California. I might move. I might move to go vote for this guy. How long do I have to live in this state to be registered?
people should have health care, but I disagree with you on other stuff, there's still a place in our party for you. There is no place.
What other stuff? Wait, what other stuff, bro? What other stuff?
I'm okay with all. Yeah, as long as they're not fascists.
Right.
As long as they're not fascist. What the fuck are we doing, bro?
In the Democratic Party, I would love to see everything from people on the left to people who are moderates, even to people that hold some right positions, as long as they're not.
Bro is saying the same fucking shit that Kamala Harris was saying about having Republicans in her cabinet. This idiot is saying, I am fed up with the Democratic Party. I have no patience for the Democratic Party. So I'm running as a Democratic politician. And I am willing to work with Democrats with right-wing positions. As long as they're not fascist. Wow.
Frankly, abhorrent. I'm okay. I'm okay with all. Yeah, as long as they're not fascists.
Right.
If you still think people should have health care, but I disagree with you on other stuff, there's still a place in our party for you.
Joe Biden did not believe that. Just be aware, Joe Biden did not believe that. Joe Biden said he would have vetoed universal health care. Keep that shit in mind.
There is no place in our party for corporate interests that just want to rob working people. And there is no place in our party for political interests who also want to fund and support right-wing extremism. The idea that the Democratic Party is supposed to remain open to that, I find to be absurd. But as long as we are taking AIPAC money, we are taking money from people who are trying to fund some of the most disgusting right-wing candidates in this country.
It's unbelievable how compromised so many Democrats are by this money. And recently, Representative Tom Suozzi said that he felt like Democratic socialists should leave the Democratic Party and start their own party.
Ooh.
And I like what you just said.
Oh, there it is. No, I like what you said better. I don't actually like challenging power because all my friends would blame me if the Democrats lost. If I advocated for a third party, if I advocated for the left to leave the Democratic Party. Not that we've been there or anything.
I think that we still remain the party of the people. And for those Democratic politicians that want to be beholden by MAGA funding corporations, you need to leave the party and just go join MAGA. You're the one.
You need to leave. We're not leaving. She's saying, oh, we're not going to leave the Democratic Party, but you need to leave. Bro, they run the party. That is a fucking party. Where the fuck are you, bro?
Who is in the wrong spot, not us, not the people that fight for Medicare, not the people that want education, not the people that want free and fair elections. It is so, I feel like right now, I can't decide what we need to fight more. And I want to get your take on this. Like every morning when we do a podcast, I think, what's the number one thing we should do? Should we try to get Schumer and Jeffries out to get a real opposition party in place? Or do I just keep hammering at Trump? And then I realize
the Democratic Party is not ever going to be an oppositional party.
That's the thing. Democrats, you got to walk and chew gum. So I think we have to hammer at our leadership and we have to hammer at Trump and we have to be everywhere, all, whatever that saying is, everywhere, all the time,
all at once.
Oh,
you know, whatever.
We do. But honestly, though, I truly think that these are the same exact project. A Democratic Party that can build power and truly, one, resist the rise of fascism and authoritarianism, but also in resisting that, build power to build a better future. That is the same.
Yeah, the Democratic Party, while it commits a genocide, can resist fascism.
Same project as us trying to turn the party around, right? Yeah. Like I like these are very.
Yeah, Adaka doing the Twitch chat, keeping it alive. Was that Biden that said we need a strong Republican Party? I'm not sure if he said something along those lines. I know The former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi said it. Nancy Pelosi said we need a strong Republican Party. That is good for democracy.
Very much, we do not get one without the other. We need to rebuild the party from the ground up. We need to look, if there are people.
If you're rebuilding the party from the ground up, at that point, what's the difference with just starting a new fucking party? Without the fucking rats, snakes, and roaches taking up space. Already in positions of power that you had to appeal to. Nah. You just want to be part of that fucking in-group. You want the perks and privileges of being in the Democratic Party. You don't want to fight and start a party from the ground up. That is too difficult. That is too much fucking work. And worst of all, that would be in opposition to the Democratic Party.
People in our party who think that they have more in common with corporations that fund Republicans than people who want healthcare for all and identify as DSA members. Go be a Republican. There's a party for you. It exists. It's right there. Just go. And that, for like the project that I think we truly need to undertake, we need to turn the Democratic Party back into the party of the people, back in the party of working people.
This is like fucking MAGA, Make America Great Again. When was the Democratic Party the party of the working class people? If we go all the way back to FDR, it literally still was not. And that was the height. That was at the height of it. Because it was trying to mislead the people by saving capitalism, by giving them socialist crumbs, social safety nets, the weekends, all this little shit, like boom, 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 right? Progress. All to do what? To defang the militant labor organizations. To vilify, target, and arrest and exile anarchists, communists, and socialists. Everything was done to mislead the working class, to kill class consciousness by the Democratic Party.
A party of labor unions, a party of community organizations, a party that fights for big structural change like Social Security and Medicare. Those were our things. We built those. We need to go back to being the party that wants to build that kind of stuff. And to do that, we are going to have to lose the corporate-owned establishment politicians who do not want to do it. That's fine. Just go be a Republican. But I don't want to be.
What the fuck do you think the Democratic Party is doing, bro? What do you think the Democratic Party is doing? It is becoming the Republican Party. That is the project. That is the objective.
In a party with them as my comrades and my friends. I want to be in a party with people who want to fight for working people and fight for big structural change. That's where I want to be. And if someone's taking money from the exact same entities that are funding MAGA Republicans, those are the people I don't want to share the party with.
Last question, Pumps.
So
he doesn't want to share the party with MAGA Republicans, but he's down to share the party with right-wing Democrats. Huh.
When you start meeting with your constituents and doing all the things that you're doing, are you seeing working people in Maine that feel like that if they voted for Donald Trump the first time, that they've realized now he is not doing what he said he was going to do? My economics are worse.
So, I mean, like in Eastern Maine, our healthcare system is falling apart right now. And not in some like academic sense, but it's actually materially beginning to fail. We have
the anti-intellectualism, not in the academic sense, but in the way the academics describe.
Hospitals that are going to be closing because of the Medicaid and Medicare cuts, and they were already holding on by a shoestring because, frankly, for-profit healthcare in rural Maine does not work. The Trump tariffs,
where does it fucking work, bro?
Have driven prices up for everybody across the board. I have friends of mine who voted for Donald Trump 3 times, who every single time I talk to them now tell me about how Trump is destroying the country because they're all builders and they have watched their costs go up 30-40%. And the people they buy materials from are telling them it's because of tariff uncertainty that the prices are this high. as material conditions deteriorate for working people, we as Democrats need to be armed with policies that can be cogently and easily explained as to why they're going to improve people's material lives. And we need to be relentless about those policies and relentless about messaging on that, and frankly, that alone. There are a lot of Republican voters in Eastern Maine who I'm friends with, who I know would absolutely vote for me as long as I stick to the idea of taxing the rich and using it to protect healthcare, using it to protect housing and bringing housing costs down, using it to expand Social Security. They all agree with these things. And many of the reasons that they've walked away from the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party stopped fighting for those things. But we need to, again, be the party that fights for that stuff. And I think if we do, working people in this country have the exact same material needs, regardless of who they voted for. And we need to be ready with open arms to bring a lot of people back who are going to realize that as working people, Donald Trump and right-wing populism do not have the answers for them. And we need to be there with the answers.
The moment I hear somebody say right-wing populism, fuck out of my face. Because now you want left-wing populism. Yes, this is Fetterman 2.0. Why am I covering this? One, because Homegirl was once again targeting, specifically going out of her way to target the Black Comprador instead of, spreading the hate equally. So, Graham Planter, who we've been hearing speak, unfortunately, this is a Sateo piece. I don't want to click on it because fuck Mehdi Hassan. Man. So, Graham Planter worked for Castellas, aka Blackwater. He felt a renewed call to service in 2018, got a job as a security contractor for the State Department in Afghanistan. Born and raised in Maine, Planter joined the Marines out of high school, mostly out of like a young man's sense of duty and also a bit of a call for adventure. He deployed to Iraq, serving for 4 years. Upon returning, he went to Washington, D.C. to attend George Washington University. But he had a lot of friends still deployed, and he felt he was not pulling his weight, so he re-enlisted in the Army, deploying to Afghanistan in 2010 and 2011. And still after that, he joined Blackwater as a security contractor. Don't you fucking love it? Don't you love to fucking see it? Yep, this is our working class hero over here. Fucking ridiculous. I mean, in so many ways, he's already worse than Fetterman. In so many fucking ways, he's already worse than Fetterman. Out the fucking bat. Yeah, call to adventure. To some, it might sound like the screams of brown women, men, and children. To others, it's just the male urge to colonize and murder people abroad. Fucking disgusting piece of shit, bro. Man. Let's go over here. No, that's wasn't supposed to show that. No, that's David sending links. All right, we'll wrap up with that. And yeah, before that, we'll do this. This shit's funny as fuck, bro. I think 2 minutes in, they start talking about it finally. Yeah. We need to cover this. It's like a few days old already.
Video that we have up here on the screens. Crowds were gathering at 4 or 5 in the morning. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. The current estimate is some 300,000 people attended from across.
Mehdi Hassan is for hire. Chris asked in the chat, why fuck Mehdi Hassan? Yeah, The Sun, which is a right-wing reactionary news outlet in the UK, leaked, revealed Mehdi Hassan begging to be the brown face to the reactionary outlet, begging them to hire him. Disgusting. Not only that, but he continuously justifies the existence of the Zionist project.
Across the United States, you can see a picture here of the stadium. I mean, again, literally, it's kind of interesting to consider this was happening at the same time the NFL and all that was playing on Sunday, and you can see that this is basically
No, it's just another fucking show, just another fucking game.
An NFL stadium full of people who attended. So it was a very poignant moment there in terms of memory for Charlie Kirk and the memorial. And we're going to separate out, I think, you know, some of the political and then also the personal, as we said, with Erica Kirk, who I thought was just absolutely stunning in her remarks. We'll start here with, there was a dichotomy, I thought, throughout the entire memorial. So if you heard from Charlie and a lot of his staff, or Charlie's staff and the people around him, what they wanted to emphasize is that Charlie's memorial was not just a celebration of life, but of what was very personally important to him, which was spreading the gospel of Jesus and of Christianity. And so there was a major juxtaposition, I thought, from some of the Christian thematics, and particularly with Erica Kirk and her call for forgiveness for the killer of her husband, but also with Donald Trump, the president, and of course, Stephen Miller. So just to give you a flavor of what some of that looks like, here's some of Stephen Miller's remarks. Let's take a listen.
We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing.
So are we nothing or are we hatred? Are we nothing or are we envy? I'm getting mixed messages here. What are we?
You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened.
Whoa.
Then put on the...
You mean the fucking paper tiger? Yeah. Thank God. Thank God. He's so fucking disgusting looking. We talk about pretty privilege and, you know, beauty over here, how it's perceived. Thank goodness this motherfucker is vile to look at. I mean, I think it's the difference between why Goebbels couldn't fucking be the main man and Hitler could. Not that Hitler was easy on the eyes, but at least he looked normal. Hitler looked normal. Hitler looked like a normal dude. This motherfucker, man, I can say some fucking wild ass shit that would, unfortunately, and Muhammad Al-Kur talks about this in Perfect Victims, any description is going to be viewed as anti-Semitic. Any accurate description is going to be viewed as anti-Semitic because all tropes have been used against Jewish people.
You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing.
To be honest, I know people were freaking out about this, but this is usually how I talk to myself in the mirror in the mornings, or especially after like being a lazy fuck. That's what I tell myself in the mirror. I'm like, you ain't shit. Just get myself hyped for the day, you know?
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened.
Then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time.
Charlie should have put on the full armor of God.
This is the place. This is the turning point. for Charlie.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
First of all, lying about Charlie, but still going out of your way to bash the lie is just amazing, bro. You gotta love it. You gotta love seeing this.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
Maybe she can talk to me? Yeah, buddy. I bet.
That was Donald Trump there. He said, Charlie, he did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagree with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them.
Disagreeing with a lie about someone is funny because even though that was not Charlie's position, that's what they're pushing. But even then, within the lie, he's calling Charlie a fucking soft motherfucker, basically. It's hilarious.
I'm sorry saying that out. So a little bit of
a Taylor Lane, me speaking to my bank account. You are nothing. You are weak. You are wickedness. You are envy. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I had a few of those conversations with my bank account. Oh, man.
The juxtaposition there. And, you know, it's interesting. I saw there's a famous tweet by Ross Douthat who said in 2016, if you don't like the religious right.
A famous tweet? Wait, did he just say a famous tweet? Did he just say there was a famous tweet? Oh, man. This guy's such an idiot, bro.
The famous tweet by Ross Douthat. Who
He did say a famous tweet.
And, you know, it's interesting. I saw there's a famous tweet by Ross Douthat who.
These people think they're fucking intellectuals, bro. These people swear they're the smartest, like, person in the room. Let me quote a famous tweet, if you will. Bro. Oh, I hate these fucking people, bro. I fucking hate.
Said in 2016, if you don't like the
A
religion.
famous tweet from 2016. Fucking A.
Religious right. Be careful for what you be, or you will be amazed at what the post-religious right will look like. And actually, that quote in particular really struck.
The post-religious right? No, the religion is the United States. The Constitution is their fucking real Bible.
In my head there with Donald Trump's remarks, because I mean, this is one of those times. It was like right after Trump, the Charlie's assassination. Any other president, including JD, the very first thing you do is like, my friend was killed. It's a horrible disaster. And instead, it's just like division, division, division. Now, why? Because look, that is what he has done his entire political career to great effect. I still remain, I mean, it's open question, you know, at this point to its own political utility, but obviously it's made him president now twice. And so it's one of those where, look, that is all Trump really knows how to do. That is, in a way, I mean, in my opinion, it's one of like the worst things you could do at a memorial. But in my, you know, estimation, that was actually a good juxtaposition of, you know, the current tensions within the American right, within America itself. You have like older Christian evangelicals or devout Catholics who call for forgiveness, and we'll show you that.
No, they fucking don't, bro. And honestly, like, Charlie Kirk's wife, credit to her, great PR fucking move to call for forgiveness. One, would not have happened if it was not a white man that shot Charlie Kirk. Know that for a fucking fact. Two, you get that possible deniability, right? You're no longer held accountable. Oh, you said the right thing. How gracious. While still making sure that Turning Points USA operates as a Klan fucking recruitment center, as a white supremacy normalization campaign, as a Christian white nationalist outlet.
Here in a little bit, and then there was a similar juxtaposition of Stephen Miller and Trump being like, no, we don't forgive our enemies, we're going to destroy them, we're going to go after them. And that like is the fundamental tension of like old right versus new right, and like nobody really knows where things are going to go because Trump is such a unique figure in and of itself.
Yeah, and blaming anyone who's left of center and opposes Donald Trump for the
killing
And that's what he said.
of Charlie Kirk. You know, I mean, that's the message coming from Trump. That's the message coming from Stephen Miller. And it's not just a message either, right? They're trying to use this moment for their own political ends, for an authoritarian power grab, to further crush dissent and weaponize the government against their political enemies. You know, it's very naked what they're doing here. Stephen Miller is I think you would agree, most powerful aide in the White House. I think significant amounts of the Trump administration portfolio have been placed in his hands. So his words to me are almost as important as Trump's words at this point. Of course, Trump ultimately sets the tone. And you know, there were many comparisons being made with Stephen Miller's speech, but actually the one that stuck out to me, it sounded very much like a Bibi Netanyahu speech. A Hebrew, one given in Hebrew, where he's talking about Amalek and he's
afraid to call him a straight fucking Nazi, which he would perceive as a fucking compliment. Like that was his goal, that was his objective, to come off like a fucking Nazi. They're scared of calling them Nazis.
So we're the children of the light and they're the children of the darkness, etc. Using the, you know, the barbaric acts of Hamas on October 7th to smear all of the Palestinian people and justify atrocities against them. Now, I'm not saying that Stephen Miller is gearing up for a genocide here, but
he would sure as fuck love one. You're telling me that if Stephen Miller had the chance to commit a fucking genocide, that he wouldn't? Why not? What makes you think that he would not want to commit a genocide? What the fuck is happening here? The way that they normalize and downplay the threat of these fucking people. What is it? Are they fascists or are they not? Because fascists commit genocide. So which is it? Is he a ghoul that we should oppose? Or isn't he? What is the fuck? What is going on here? You see how they're complicit?
I am saying that the rhetoric really echoes that we've heard consistently from Netanyahu and other Israeli officials.
You mean all the Israeli officials calling for a fucking genocide of Palestinians and carrying it out? So if it sounds like their speeches, their rhetoric, if he had the ability, the capability, if he had the opportunity to carry one out, why the fuck wouldn't he?
In this very, like, we're the good ones, they're the evil ones, us versus them, divide, 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 to your point. And I think the juxtaposition between Trump and Stephen Miller and Jack Posobiec and others who were there on the stage really like using Charlie Kirk's murder as a battle cry for effectively like a final crushing defeat of the left. Because I do think there is a sense among some, like Stephen Miller, some on the right, that they're really going to go for it now and that this is going to be like a final defeat for the left and they've got all the tools at their power and they're really, you know, from the beginning have been all in on that and they planned it with Project 2025.
Bro, what left? What fucking left?
And all of this, which I think is foolish, you know, to act like there's any sort of like final victory that can be had in our political system. At least I certainly hope that is not the case. But the juxtaposition between that and what Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, had to say, I think, you know, it's fair.
Here we go. Here we go. The rehabilitation of a Christian white nationalist woman. A white woman can do no wrong, and it's up to white women like Crystal Ball, they claim to be part of the left, to help rehabilitate this Christian white nationalist. Fucking disgusting, bro. That's all right, though. She gets a tan, so, you know, she gets a pass.
Fair to say is quite stunning, is quite actually shocking. So let's go ahead and play a little bit of what Erica Kirk had to say. This is A4, guys.
The Kingpin.
That young man.
We're back with the whispering. That young man. That young. That great shot. Shooters gotta shoot.
That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man.
I don't know, bro. It looked like he knew what he was doing because he got motherfucker hole in one. Hole in one, right? It looked like he knew what he was doing. Father, he knew what he does done. That's it's gonna be her catchphrase from now on. She's like, I was gonna call her La Llorona. Niños, ¿dónde están sus niños? But she ain't even fucking crying. So you can't call her La Llorona.
I forgive him.
So brave. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh, what a Christian. Oh. Oh. She forgave that white boy.
Forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate.
Yeah, Charlie would have definitely forgiven him, bro. Charlie would have definitely forgiven him.
The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies.
Bro.
And love for those who persecute us.
Yeah, they're the persecuted ones. Yeah, imagine this speech if this fool was brown or black. Imagine this speech if the shooter was trans. I'm sure it would have gone identical. Bro, understand that this is protecting whiteness, and this is trying to save the right wing, to keep it intact. They know that it was a right-wing shooter. That's why they're forgiving them. Because it's internal beef. It's inner gang violence. Like, hey, it was a friendly shot. Happens. Let's move forward as a united reactionary white supremacist project.
Wow.
I don't know how she did that.
Unbelievable.
I don't know how she did that. And truly,
did what? What did she do? What perform? You don't know how she performed? You don't know how she wiped nothing? You don't know how she was like how does she plan which eye she's gonna pretend to wipe off? I don't know how she does it. Crystal Ball is so fucking jealous of the bag that this fucking lady is about to cash in on. She's like, fuck, I gotta be on here talking to this fool. And she gets to fucking basically retire.
a stunning moment of courage and moral character and leadership of a sort that I use the word shocking intentionally because I think we've forgotten what it looks like.
We're starting a goal. What's the goal gonna be? It's gonna be shit. All right, yeah. I will forgive. I don't even know. Who am I gonna forgive? Who will I forgive? Fuck. Who will I forgive? Let's see. I need to forgive somebody. Who should it be? Who shall I forgive? Okay, yeah. Oh, this kid's name? I don't know if I can actually say his fuck it, I don't give a fuck. Let's do it. Let's see if it lets me. We're starting a super chat goal. Maybe I can forgive Charlie Kirk's shooter. I think that I could find the courage. I think I could find this, the righteous courage to forgive. I think I can. I think for the right price, I think I can. Much like Charlie Kirk's wife. Shit. Yeah, Dakadoon in the Twitch chat saying Crystal Ball wishes Cal Kalinske was her Charlie Kirk. God damn, you're not wrong, bro. She's like, when is it my turn? Holy fuck.
to have an example of such moral character and leadership in a moment when the country desperately needs it. So to me, Erica Kirk, I mean, absolutely stole the show and really made those who came
10 out of 10. She's going to Hollywood, dog. Cristobal said it's a yes for me.
out with vengeance and bitterness, and we're going to use this to crush our enemies, really made them look small in comparison to what she did right there.
I thought it was heroic. I mean, can't help but get emotional even watching it. To say something like that in the midst of, watching your husband get gunned down, it's amazing. And, put A8 up here.
One shot and done.
Please, on the screen, guys, just look at this, just to continue her. And, look, I'm not Christian or any of that, but to me, this just seems like the best example of some.
Oh, we know you're not Christian. Oh, we know, pal. Oh, we know.
Buddy.
You're one of them pagans, ain't you? Uh-huh. You're one of them multiple God-loving ones. You got them Smurf gods, don't you, boy?
Who really is living their faith. She said recently in an interview with the New York Times, Erica Kirk said that she told her attorney she does not want to decide at all whether her husband's killer gets the death penalty, and that she wants the state to decide, quote, "I do not want that man's blood on my ledger." And she continued that she didn't want her decision in the case to have any say on whether she eventually would be able to see Charlie whenever she died. And so, I just thought...
You're both going to hell, bro. I don't know what to tell you. There is one. Nah. They're going to white heaven. They're definitely going to white heaven. They are A1 tickets to white heaven. They're going to be there. They're going to be here. Don't worry about it. Yeah, they bleached the fucking clouds up there because they got to get them real white.
Incredible amounts of poignance. She's a real heroic actor in the midst of this assassination.
Yeah. Emphasis on the actor part, buddy. Emphasis on the actor part.
And, she was the first person I thought of after Charlie's death, along with his small children. And so I would hope, if anything, that the great takeaway is there's still a lot of great people left, in the country, regardless of a lot of our divisions. And so I thought broadly, if you put those two things together, like I said, it does kind of show you the different paths that we might take.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
Yeah, somebody said, David Barnes, white heaven is hell. It will eventually become hell for them because they have no one to oppress, no one to colonize, no one to subjugate. Yeah. See you. Yeah. That's what it is. You're right. You're right, Dagadoon. He's Sagar's not a Christian. He's a Viking. He's whatever the fuck the Vikings believed in. That's what he is. He's like, see you in Valhalla, brother. Where are we at? Shit. I messed up. Let me see here. All right, here it is. Where are we at? It's 11. Oh, okay. We'll do this. Ba-da-ba. Let's go here and we'll do another throwback. Oh, this shit didn't make me laugh. We'll do this one here. Just because it's one of them days. Yeah. Where is he? We'll be right back, y'all. Small and less harmful stuff, and we can pretend it's awful. And we can pretend it's awful. Are y'all hearing this? Do you understand what he's saying? It's all a fucking performance. It's all aesthetic to these fucking bastards, to these liberals. Oh, we'll pretend to care. We'll pretend it's a serious issue. It's only happening to indigenous Inuit people. Who gives a fuck? We can pretend to cry. It reminds me of like Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez pretending to sob in the border, looking at, ICE concentration camps. Did she do it during the Biden-Harris administration? Nah, she was too busy covering for the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. Remember, she was at the DNC line being a genocide denier, claiming that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. And sure enough, when Donald Trump's team, and we have plenty of criticisms for them, actually apply some pressure, news comes out that, oh, well, yeah, Biden and Harris never actually applied any pressure. So it's all a performance. It's all a performance. And this is what Ryan Grimm is calling for. All right. He follows up to clarify. The war in Ukraine has killed roughly 40 times the entire population of Greenland. Notice that he uses a predominantly, not even predominantly, fuck that, a white country, a European country, to a predominantly indigenous Inuit country that has already been colonized, that has already suffered the effects of colonization. And we're going to go over that. To highlight what a fucking disgusting human being Ryan Grimm is, to downplay this, to try and normalize this as not a big deal, because again, we'll pretend to care. We'll pretend to give a fuck. Because that's all liberals can do. That's the best they can do. Pretend to give a fuck about you. Pretend to give a fuck about the global majority. Pretend to give a fuck about colonization and imperialism. It's all just fucking pretend. And the frustrating part too is, does this motherfucker even bother to look into why the population of Greenland is so small? Just like the last stream that we covered, forced sterilizations. Greenland, there was forced sterilizations of indigenous people, of Inuit women there. We've seen it time and time again, whether it's, we covered how in Los Angeles in the 90s, it was happening to Mexican women. We looked at how in Puerto Rico, the same fucking bullshit. All right, y'all. Throwback there. Somebody remind me what this is called. This is fucking, well, I'm not doing the best at showing it. It's like a candy. It's like a fruit candy of guayaba. It's red. I forget what they called it. Really fucking good. All right, let's go.
What do you make of the theory, I guess the prevailing theory, conspiracy theory, if you want to call it that, or the theory that's been sort of reported out by someone like Max Blumenthal at the Gray Zone, who hopefully will be on the show next week to talk about it, that it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk.
Now, Max Blumenthal didn't say this. He said just asking questions. He's just asking questions, but he didn't claim that.
There's something suspicious about the timing and the emphasis of statements from Benjamin Netanyahu offering condolences. And then more recently, he put out a video disclaiming that Israel was responsible, which to some people's ears feels like thou doth protest too much. And that in combination with these chat messages between the alleged shooter and his partner that seem perhaps to some people's eyes and ears formal and tonally off from what you would expect of people of this age. You know, all of that is leading people to say like he's a patsy and that it was really Mossad that did this hit, or Israel that did this hit, because Charlie Kirk was reconsidering his position on Israel at the end of his life.
Complete, utter fucking bullshit. Whitewashing of a Zionist Christian white nationalist to claim that he was going to turn on the Zionist entity. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. You saw the way that he rolled over for the Epstein files? And you think he was gonna turn on the Zionist entity? Get the fuck out of here.
You know, at this point, like, I read through those messages and everything else. I do think it looks more and more suspicious. When I first was talking to someone about this and they were saying it's Mossad, I was like, okay, it's your fantasy that Mossad is that effective and powerful. Like it's this force that's in. We have to believe that there's a
It's not a fantasy. It's fucking propaganda.
force that's so effective and powerful that can disrupt all of our lives. And now, like, I actually, Brianna, I just don't know. And that's a very, very hard position to be in. But the other thing is that I do know that.
But you ask these fuckers about what a groiper is, and they don't know either. And they don't know either. This is all myth making. There's no different than what the Trump administration is doing with that fucking WrestleMania, Lollapalooza halftime show. It's myth making. That somehow Charlie was gonna be anti-Zionist. Fuck out of here.
That the consequences are so awful and awful for any kind of democratic culture that we may still be able to preserve.
Yeah, we need to keep fascists alive in order to preserve democracy. Fucking moron.
So if there is
Can you elaborate on that?
I think that the authoritarianism of the right is just going to come down like a hammer on everyone. We already saw the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel, the firing of Jimmy.
Oh no, the fucking hammer. Not Jimmy Kimmel. Fuck people being disappeared in the fucking streets. Fuck thousands of people disappearing in fucking ICE concentration camps. My Jimmy Kimmel. My blackface wearing misogynist Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel. And I think that's just going. Yeah, we're almost at the end of the time, but I think that the debates are more and more distorted. There's going to be. I wanted Charlie Kirk to live on so I could debate him one day.
Ah, what a fucking loser! What a fucking loser! I wanted to cash in on a debate with Charlie Kirk. Fuck out of here. Oh, so fucking pathetic. I wanted to debate him. I wanted to win in the marketplace of ideas. Fuck out of here.
That's an attitude that I've had that made me, the object of so much hatred on X, which is fine. And there's the attitude of people.
Oh, what a fucking martyr. Oh my God. Oh. People hated me because of my opinions. Because they realize I just want to profit off of Christian white nationalism. And look, I'll say it, I don't give a fuck, bro. The same way that I say, hey, you gotta ask these reactionary Indians what caste they belong to. These older, affluent Asian people, their affinity for whiteness and their love for its proximity is literally, and it's coming from fucking a brown person in the Latin community. It's hard to compete. Let's put it that way. It's hard to compete with these old Asian folks and their love for white people.
Debate him one day. That's an attitude that I've had that made me, the object of so much hatred.
So much hatred she went through by these fucking radical leftists. Poor fucking victim.
On X, which is fine. And there's the attitude of people who are saying like it's one less bigot alive. But you know what?
I mean, that's a factual statement. It's one less fuck bigot, white Christian nationalist supremacists.
If we tried to kill all the bigots in the world, we would just have a horrible massacre. We have to.
What? Who the fuck describes the permanent removal of supremacists? Because bigoted is too kind of a word. As horrible. Who would describe the permanent removal from existence of white supremacists, of Christian nationalists as horrible? Who? Who other than a fucking sympathizer? This is pathetic to say the least. One more time. God damn, these people have no shame. That's what I was saying. If you weren't celebrating it, I'm suspicious of you.
You know what? If we tried to kill all the bigots in the world, we would just have a horrible massacre. We have to try to persuade them.
We would have a horrible massacre. A better world, but a horrible massacre. we'd be just like them.
Marginalized them and disempowered them.
Let's talk about that. The tweet that you're referencing is you tweeted, Charlie Kirk expressed views you may have disagreed with, but if you think he deserved to die, then you are the problem. You've probably been coddled by your private school teachers, but the reality is we are in a country built on freedom of speech. And
why is it that all these fucking so-called like lefties, I don't know what the fuck she thinks she is, assume that us celebrating those when Charlie Kirk villainized, smeared, and had these Klan rallies against, because everybody that's seen celebrate him without being weird about like gun control or some random ass bullshit, honestly generally celebrated have been predominantly black people, for being honest, because that's who Charlie Kirk targeted, but also trans people, because that's who he fucking targeted. And you see a little bit of brown people, not too much, because we have a lot of sellouts in our community, not gonna lie. Takes like that 1-2 generation usually for us to sell out. Be honest with you. It sucks. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. How many of us do you think go to fucking private schools? You dumb fuck. How many of us do you think go to private schools that are celebrating this shit?
Persuade them, marginalize them, and disempowered them.
let's talk about that. The tweet that you're referencing is you tweeted, Charlie Kirk expressed views you may have disagreed with, but if you think he deserved to die, then you are the problem. You've probably been coddled.
If you think a Christian white nationalist under fascism has the ear of Donald Trump, deserves what he got, then you are the real problem. God damn, bro. These fucking liberals.
You tweeted, Charlie Kirk expressed views you may have disagreed with, but if you think he deserved to die, then you are the problem. You've probably been coddled by your private school teachers, but the reality is we are.
Raise your fucking hand if you were coddled by your private school teachers. Raise your hand if you were coddled by your private school teachers. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? George, thank you for the super chat. This video is narcissist brain rot. Thank you so much. Oh, man. So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. I'll take this chance. Thank you, George, again for the super chat. Super chats are turned on. Help the channel out. We're all working class here. We're all struggling. So I understand. Getting busy in the chat, hitting the like, hitting that notification bell, leaving a comment helps the channel. Sharing these streams, my videos, helps the channel grow. I appreciate any help. Truly, truly, truly. Thank you so much.
In a country built on freedom of speech. And this is, it has echoes of a similar debate that I had with Charlie.
A country built on freedom of speech. A country built on freedom of speech. Tell that to Mumia. God damn, the way they coddle white supremacists. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Kirk, and also one of the members of Due Dissidents who gave me some pushback in a recent episode.
I forgot
and what
about
I
the
said
cowards.
to them was, I think this was a little bit of a false binary. That people who disagree with Charlie Kirk and don't want to have a hagiography of Charlie Kirk or canonize him, and who will think it's appropriate to talk about the Islamophobia and anti-Black racism and all of the bigotry of his statements when he was alive, is not the same thing as saying, I'm glad he's dead or I wish he's dead. And a conflict.
That's what we say around here. That's what we say around here. We celebrate when Christian white nationalists are removed from the chessboard. We celebrate that shit around here. Why the fuck wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Especially when it wasn't the fucking left. Let them cannibalize each other. What does that have to do with us? How does that affect us? They were still going to clamp down on us. They were still going to send their goons after us. That was still part of the process. And guess who's helping lead that shit? Normalize that behavior. Democrats. Liberals. You calling us just as bad as Charlie Kirk. Just as bad as Charlie Kirk for celebrating what he fucking got.
Inflation of those two things seems to have the effect of silencing legitimate criticism of his message and the fact that people are actively exploiting his death to further push his message and his politics. What do you make of that?
The exploitation of his death to push reactionary, bigoted politics. Is
that the critique.
That's what he would have wanted. That's not exploiting. That's not exploiting his fucking death. He would have wanted that. What are we doing here? He would have wanted that shit. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know. I know. So there are two things that are happening here. You're saying that by deploring the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, we're ignoring, or I'm ignoring, the repugnant nature of his beliefs, which I don't think I'm doing. I think
not
that
exactly.
Okay,
I would say what I'm saying is that by framing, like even the way, like looking just at the context, the text of this tweet, if Charlie Kirk expressed views you may disagree with, but if you think he deserved to die, then you are the problem. I think that this framing has been deployed by Ezra Klein, you know, I saw Ryan Grimm, a lot of others.
It was really bizarre that I believed it. I agreed with Ezra Klein for once.
Is it though?
Very bizarre.
Is it?
Totally
bizarre. Well, I mean, how does that?
Bizarre.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's an argument that says, well, let me interrogate how I ended up on the same side of Ezra Klein on this issue. Because the criticism of Ezra Klein is not.
Bree is so fucking patient with these fucking. I mean, you can make the argument that she also likes to coddle white people, so maybe she's more compassionate towards her fellow white coddlers. I don't know. Come on.
That you disclaim murder. I think that's not what's controversial. It's to write a piece lauding Charlie Kirk for doing politics, quote, exactly the right way without making any mention. Okay, you disagree with that?
Okay, so here's the thing, is that, I don't know if I can say it. Like, I think if you hurt people, not with, like, directly hurt people, and you are an evil motherfucker, there are people who deserve to die.
Oh, this fucking idiot thinks that only if you directly harm people, you deserve it. Do you understand how, like, institutions work? Do you understand how systems operate? The most evil motherfuckers are not the ones pulling the fucking trigger. The most evil motherfuckers are not the ones pulling the trigger. They're not the ones injecting people. They're not the ones pressing the fucking gas button. They're not the ones doing that shit. They're the ones giving the orders. They don't get their hands dirty. These people are so fucking stupid that they need to see you burning a cross and grabbing the rope. And they need to see everything play out before they're like, oh, I think he might be a bad guy. I think he might be a baddie. Fuck out of here, bro. So fucking childish way of thinking. Talking about private school. Homie, you know how fucking... Oh, man. You know how fucking coddled you sound?
People, not with, like, directly hurt people, and you are an evil motherfucker, there are people who deserve to die. Charlie Kirk knew how to push every button as a provocateur, said all of these horrible things. You could say that about me. Do I think I deserve to die? There's certain people. People who would think that because of the things that I say, because of the things that I think.
Motherfuckers saying, I am Charlie Kirk too. We are Charlie Kirk. We are all Charlie Kirk. God damn.
I would deserve to die. I don't believe that. I deeply don't believe I deserve to die. I think that people can have views and they don't deserve to die. I don't
Right,
know
but if we
what's
can put that to the
controversial about that.
side, because everyone agrees about that. I want to be so clear that people are not objecting to Charlie Kirk, nor to your tweet on the basis that they believe that you should want to agree with the idea that Charlie Kirk deserves to die. Many people have said that, of course, Charlie Kirk doesn't deserve to die. But I am also
Many people can be wrong. Not everyone can be right all the time. Mistakes can be made. Just saying.
not going to laud him or celebrate his life simply because I am not also celebrating his death. And to this point,
Did
I don't know if you
celebrate his
saw
life?
AOC.
Did I celebrate his life?
No, but Ezra Klein did. And that's the source of the criticism. That Ezra Klein said, I'm not just saying it's bad to kill your political enemies, obviously. What he's saying is, and he did politics exactly the right way, and let me use this as an opportunity to laud how he practiced his life.
Yeah, no, that was awful.
Similarly, there was this vote today in the House, this resolution to honor Kirk's, quote, life and legacy, that 95 Democrats voted in favor of, 58 against, 38 voted present.
This is disgusting. This is horrific. This is an
We're
abomination.
trying to understand her logic. That's horrible. Glorifying him, celebrating his life is horrible. What makes it horrible? Because what makes that horrible make celebrating his getting got by the right, by the way, or celebrating?
Nation. That's it. You know, I'm going to say that. And then I'm going to say, like, you know,
Low key, her speaking, her style of speaking reminds me of Kamala Harris when she's on that good shit.
there is no academic freedom on campus right now. Things are going to get worse. There's no freedom.
Wait, Norm Finkelstein, where the fuck did you come from? Because that wasn't the fucking question at all. Norm, what the fuck what just happened?
An abomination. That's it. You know, I'm going to say that. And then I'm going to say, like, you know, there is no academic freedom on campus right now. Things are going to get worse. There's no freedom. People can't say half the things they need to say about we've repressed any criticism of Israel.
And he was a fucking Zionist, a Christian Zionist.
Campus, we've criminalized that. And, you know, we've criminalized this.
He was contributing to that, bro.
Repressed all the speech about third rail issues. I'm not even going to bring up here.
Why not?
Because I'm going to keep my powder dry and make. But the race.
Because I'm a fucking coward and I just want to signal to shit without actually fucking putting my ass on the line.
That's at the heart of his issues. That's at the heart of his beliefs. They're repugnant, but they're also easily refuted and argued with. And I don't know what.
Yes, racism is not logical. That's not the fucking point. In fact, that proves why it's a waste of time to argue with these motherfuckers, because they know they're full of shit. They know the facts are not on their side. Because they're not operating in fucking truth and reality.
Ezra Klein was saying was something very different from what I was saying.
Okay.
Except for the fact that we did say that political violence and the political assassination of Charlie Kirk was wrong. We took that position together. Yes. But his now like platforming far right guys on New York Times, it's too fucking much. But it was something that, you know, I responded to in the immediate moment. I saw Ezra Klein.
But this is what I'm saying. We had to hold accountable these fucking rat libs to how they immediately responded. We need to hold them accountable to how they immediately responded, because now shit's cooling down. All right, the fascists didn't take the opportunity like they needed to. All right, they're a little incompetent. Cool. Now even the right wing has conspiracy theories, you know, rooted in anti-Semitism, but it's there. All this shit. So now they feel a little safe to kind of, and I seen there was Ole. Compare Ole's reaction to Charlie Kirk getting got to now. Now it's a little bit more hee hee ha ha. But in the moment, it was like, gulp. That tells me who you are off the bat and what you're about. Ow, I mean, what were we doing over here when we found out? I was thankfully live, and you got to see it's genuine. My disgust, my hatred, my repulsion towards Christian white nationalism is consistent and honest because I view them as what they truly are, our fucking enemies. They have been murdering us, massacring us, and we forget so much of atrocities they've committed. Just a couple decades ago, they were fucking terrorizing Planned Parenthoods. And you had voices like Charlie Kirk, in this case, Bill O'Reilly, glorify these fucking things. Glorify this shit. Justify this shit.
Nice thing. I saw all the shit that he was getting. Ben Burgess and Jacobin got the same shit that I did. And I'm like,
because he's a fucking cock, bro. He was nice to me. He let me make my points in the debate, and he didn't get personal. He was my favorite fascist, bro. Fuck Ben Burgess. That fucking neo-nativist fuck, bro.
Yeah.
You know what? This is the temperature of the nation. This is the temperature of the left. You can't.
And you are the fucking weak link. And you are the weak fucking milquetoast link.
I didn't lionize him. I didn't say he was a saint. I just don't think.
You just accused the people of celebrating his demise to be the problem. I mean, again, this is why we went over the Chris Hedges piece. Because he was calling anti-fascists, those willing to combat fascists, the problem.
I still don't think that people should be killed for what they say or believe. I really don't believe.
Charlie Kirk was not just saying shit, which is bad enough on its own because he was recruiting, right? There's a white nationalist recruitment thing that he was doing. He was recruiting for the modern day Klan. After David Duke said, hey, we're done wearing fucking robes, put on a fucking suit. Charlie Kirk does that, but he's like, oh, I'm gonna be even more relatable. I'm gonna just put on a regular t-shirt and some jeans. Thank God he was wearing a white tee, so we could take in all the fucking colorful glory. All I'm saying is when I bleed, brother, I bleed red, white, and blue. I only saw red. Seems like he was a commie to me. Because I bleed red, white, and blue, and you had shit. You might see some stars in that. But to downplay what the actual harm that he was doing, he had access to the White House. What are we doing here, bro? He wasn't just some fucking random YouTuber. He was proactively organizing for Christian white nationalism.
Let me try this.
Is that fucked up of me?
Let me try this out on you, Catherine. Let me know what you think.
Very liberal of you.
I watched I think it was Monday of this past week, segment of Piers Morgan, in which he kept asking, I think Destiny was the quote unquote left.
Which is funny. He's also a reminder, Destiny is a pedo. Destiny records people without their consent and shares that sexual content without consent. And he's being sued for it. And he should belong on the sex offender registry.
Left member of the panel. Will you condemn Charlie Kirk's murder? Will you condemn Charlie Kirk's murder? And Destiny had gone so far as to actually make jokes about and celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. So that's why he was clearly brought on the panel to be made an example.
He does it for attention, not out of any actual, integrity against fascism. He's a liberal.
Of and to demonstrate how horrible the left is, even if his approach was relatively anomalous. That being said, there was something about the way that the primary question and focus of the conversation was, will you condemn Charlie Kirk's murder?
Like, in a way that Hamas.
Yeah. Exactly. This is where I'm going. That excluded all of the violence that Charlie Kirk personally advocated for. That reminded me of will you condemn Hamas?
No. It's not just that he advocated for, that he was involved in. He was involved in the administration. He's involved in the harms that administration conducts. Stop trying to absolve fucking propagandists.
And whether or not you would condemn the individual killing of an innocent civilian, The project is obviously with that question, do you condemn a resistance act against an occupation and validate the legitimacy of Israel's occupation? That's really what they're trying to frame you up with will you condemn Hamas? So similarly, can you see why someone, even if in a normal conversation between friends, they would of course not advocate for violent retribution, extrajudicial killings, etc., why they would bristle at the idea of being forced into a conversation, or the idea of needing to first condemn Charlie Kirk's murder before you can have any conversation about the legitimacy of Ezra Klein's column or anything else.
Sure, 100% sure. I would never ask him to do that. No, but I think that Charlie Kirk was only successful because he was supported by these right-wing billionaires who knew that he was a provocateur who could put his finger on all the soft tissues of liberal ideology.
Or that he was able to do that when he debated no offense to 18-year-olds, but very silly young people. I debated Charlie Kirk. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very predatory behavior when you think about it. Like, I'm going to target children and profit off of their naivete, their uneducated positions.
I don't know if you know that. And
no, I do not.
If you look through the comments of that video, I'm not just saying this, his own Turning Point USA audience felt that he lost that debate.
Sure. I totally believe that. I would totally
that's another, I think, frustrating aspect of the Ezra Klein framing, which is that he was good at his job. He was willing to meet people where they are. He welcomed debate. No, I mean, it's like saying that I'm a strong man because I go into a preschool and start pummeling 3-year-olds in the face. I mean, sure, like,
literally
I guess I'm really good at fighting 3-year-olds, but you got to put it in context. And he also erased, to your point, Catherine, the billionaire backing that enabled an 18-year-old to start a company like Turning Point USA that can do something like fly out a person like myself from DC to do an in-person debate. The one other aspect of your tweet that I think we should address is this in part where you frame people who believe Charlie Kirk deserved to die as having been coddled by private school teachers but the reality is we're a country built on the freedom of speech.
Bro, like, it makes no fucking sense as an insult. And only somebody that like is affluent would even make that insult. I don't know how you make that insult if you actually went to like public school. I don't get it. Because I have no idea how a private school operates. I wouldn't know whether they collar you more or less. What the fuck? I have no concept of how a private school operates. For all I know, it's more challenging there, and they're willing to engage because the classrooms are smaller or whatever. I wouldn't fucking know. You would. I mean, I would think you would have to have some experience with private schooling to say that shit. Chitty and Matcha, he flew her out. Chitty Matcha, you show some goddamn respect, all right? You show some goddamn respect right now.
I think that some people I saw bristling at the idea that, again, I don't think that it's people who think he deserved to die, but people who were really frustrated by the hagiographies of him by the liberals and the left in the wake of his death, that was an elite position. But I wanted to play a clip of a protest.
Yipper, I will ban you right now. You retract that statement.
That happened in New York by folks that strike me as not especially elite, who are doubling down on their sort of unwillingness to be precious or conciliatory or, to grieve, to be kind of forced into a public grieving of Charlie Kirk.
Fuck Charlie Kirk! 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 Fuck.
First of all, this is also kind of like this performative as fuck too. You know what I mean? So, like, I couldn't be bothered to do this.
Charlie Kirk! Fuck 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 Charlie Kirk! He was a racist! He was a racist! He was hateful! He was hateful! He was never like Martin Luther King!
You see what I mean? Like, why does that even need to be said, bro? And homie's trying not to laugh, so I think he knows that this is just like a good time. I think he knows it's just a good fucking time. That's hilarious.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Justice for They police my speech. They police my speech. Police follow me around. Police follow me around. They follow Reggie Relly around. They follow Relly around. They want to police us. They want to police us for speaking for freedom. For speaking for freedom. But people can spread hate. But people can spread hate and get national holidays. And get national holidays. That's why.
We have President's Day. We have Veterans Day. All right.
I can't stand the police. I can't stand the police.
Okay, I think that gives you the gist. So this person, this group.
Look, I'm not trying to be dismissive. It's just kind of like, just from those clips, I didn't hear like, it didn't come off like a celebration. It came off like just, hey, let's not glorify this guy. Let me know if I'm wrong though. It is funny. Like you can tell they're having a good fucking time. But I mean, come on, like.
Group of folks who are protesting in New York, looks like they're at Times Square, is doubling down on, no, I hate Charlie Kirk. I hate what he believes in. I hate that we live in a society that would literally, quite literally, establish a national
culture. It's art. Don't hate. It's a performance piece. In that case, and yeah, I dig it. I dig it.
Not a national holiday, but a day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk that happens to also share a birthday with George Floyd, but not protect people like George Floyd, not advance the sort of policing reform that was so popular in 2020, and then ask us, moreover, to publicly grieve, to kind of force us and cajole us to express publicly
I mean, who
solidarity
wants
with
to
him.
do that? Who wants to do that?
Today, the Republican House majority brought to the floor a resolution honoring, quote, honoring the life and legacy of
Life and
Charlie
times.
Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was a horrific and vile attack and incident of
No, it wasn't.
Political violence. And condemning the depravity of Kirk's brutal murder is a straightforward matter.
It's straight fucking bullshit.
One that is especially important to help stabilize an increasingly unsafe and volatile political environment where everyday people feel more at risk.
Yeah, Charlie was making life worse for everyone, yes. That wasn't a white Christian, cis hetero, normative male.
We can deeply disagree and come together as a country to denounce the horror of this killing. And it is not a license for the abuse of power and whitewashing of American history. Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake.
You call his death tragic,
After the violent attack on Paul Pelosi, claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant.
That shit was funny. You gotta admit it, AOC. Alejandra, that shit was funny.
And accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it, unquote.
You got to be anti-Semitic to be a Zionist. We know this.
His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant,
No, Charlie. That's ignorant.
uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution.
That is crazy, bro. That they use working tirelessly for unity or whatever, when she used the lie working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Wow. That is interesting. I want to compare and contrast those.
Rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution.
That's fucking hilarious. Look at this. Of course, Twitter lagging. There's got to be another one here. Where's the other? I hear it. Oh, what the fuck happened to my audio for the... Can y'all hear that or not? Huh, that is fucking weird. Can y'all hear this?
It is equally important.
Y'all could hear that, but you couldn't hear the... Fucking...
Working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
So she's mad they saw her working tirelessly lie.
That Congress does unite to reject the government's attempt to weaponize this moment into an all-out assault on free speech across the country, all in the name of Charlie Kirk. President Trump and the FCC are now cynically threatening to shut down ABC and any outlets who give airtime to the administration's political critics. This is a disgusting attack on the American people and the very First Amendment rights that define us as a country. It is also the ABC Corporation's responsibility to refuse to embolden and participate in this corruption and escalation of censorship. We continue to pray for Mr. Kirk's family and loved ones in the wake of this terrible act. I am thinking especially of his children and his wife, whose grief cannot be measured. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
Okay, I mean, there's definitely street protests like this, but the people that I encounter or on Twitter, on X or something, it's all symbolic. It may be all just bullshit, but it's like, I hated him for saying these things, and I'm glad he's dead. Now, this African-American spontaneous protest on the street, I don't think is actually also indicative of anything necessarily progressive, but it certainly is a legitimate position as well. If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead. I don't care.
Yo, whoa. What the fuck? What are we doing here? What the fuck just happened? If you want to what?
Of anything necessarily progressive, but it certainly is a legitimate position as well. If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead. I don't care.
Whoa, bro, no, whoa. I do care. What are we doing here? Who the fuck is advocating for that? That's some necrophiliac ass shit, bro. Whoa. Can't get consent from a corpse. Whoa. What are we doing? Wait, what the fuck happened? How do we go from this to that? This lady's a fucking weirdo, bro. It's a fucking family show, bro.
of anything necessarily progressive, but it certainly is a legitimate position as well.
No, we're mishearing her. We're mishearing her. No. This isn't fair. This is not fair. We're not hearing her right.
If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead.
What? Hey, yo, what?
Of anything necessarily progressive, but it's
What is happening here? What the fuck is happening? If you want to what?
certainly is a legitimate position as
Okay, so we're talking about positions and what?
well. If you wanna fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead.
No, don't go ahead. No. Look, we're celebrating his death with the man's, his body. Is he even buried yet? What does she know that we don't know? What the fuck happened? God damn, bro.
He is a legitimate position as well.
What type of position is she talking about? What the fuck?
If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead. I don't care.
Yo, not even cold yet. God damn. I mean, he does have an extra hole now, but god damn, we're not doing that. What the fuck? Yo, she saw that Fugushing and she said, "Don't mind if I do." What the fuck? She saw that fountain of youth that he had leaking in his neck, and she said, "All right." Nah, she's sick. She is wild, bro. Nah. Jeez.
Anything necessarily progressive.
I don't know.
But it certainly is a legitimate position as well. If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead. I don't care.
So, I mean, she's a friend she's too woke, bro. I almost tapped out from watching this too. I was kind of getting fed up with her, but God, she brought me back in. Yo. I don't even know if we could watch this on here.
It's if you think that's a powerful position to take, yes.
I mean, depends on the angle. I mean, clearly it can't be a power bottom. You can't generate force. So by necessity, your position has to be the powerful one. What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening?
He is a legitimate position as well. If you want to fuck Charlie Kirk, go ahead. I don't care. It's if you think that's a powerful position to take, yes, he's a white racist and no one needs to mourn him. I'm not going to mourn him, but I don't think that political assassination or violence is good for the people right now that I care about.
Right now? So please highlight, when is it? When is it? This is not good, but fuck it. We got a new goal. We got a new goal. What are we doing here? Let's see. I don't know if y'all can see the goal, but take a fucking number. God damn, bro. What's in the name? Don't ruin the fun. Don't be a party pooper. She meant what she said. This is why I don't get. This is why I don't get super chats or donations. I be doing some stupid shit like that. Look, look. Do it for the story. Do it for the fucking lore. All right. This might be your last chance.
And the political project that I have is really about making people understand how American society is being raped and pillaged by private equity. And the private prison system and the private detention system and private for-profit hospitals, all of our institutions are being hollowed out now. If we think that making a demand that the police protect people, no, nobody's going to protect us because nobody is protecting American people from private equity. And they are raping and pillaging every single institution that we're involved in.
First of all, I don't know if you should be talking about that after you just talked about it's just a little okay. All right. Get your head out of the gutter, lady. Let's go. Let's go.
So that's what is my focus. That is my singular, unbearable focus about what's happening to this country. Every single industry, media, culture, music, higher education, healthcare is being decimated by private equity.
And what does that have to do with the topic at hand?
That's what I want to focus on.
Yeah, she's so fed up. She's like, all right, pal, you're the most lefty of leftists.
I think if I could just say this to end on this subject is that the irony I think that I saw in sort of attributing a kind of unwillingness to treat Charlie death's to publicly grieve Charlie death as a sort of elite position was that so many of the folks who were doing hagiographies of Charlie Kirk, like Ezra Klein, were very explicit about the fact that they saw themselves in Charlie Kirk. And that it almost seemed like the pattern was quite the opposite, that it was other elites, other podcasters, other media figures who showed the most sympathy with Charlie Kirk precisely because they saw themselves as similarly vulnerable as Charlie Kirk. And this is how Ezra Klein ends his piece. He says, I wanted Kirk to be safe for his sake, but I also wanted him to be safe for mine.
Self-preservation of the political punditry class, which apparently I'm a part of now, allegedly. Whereas me, I'm like, I don't give a fuck, come on. Who gives a shit? Because I knew from the jump it was not going to be somebody from the left. I knew from the jump it was going to be some white reactionary, infighting that they got going on. They're in power right now, so now their fucking infighting is even more severe.
And for the sake of our larger shared project, same is true for Shapiro, Hoffman, or Hortman, or Thompson, or Trump, for Pelosi or Whitmer. We are all safe, or none of us are. And what I saw was an outpouring of class solidarity from other relatively affluent, public-facing journalists, podcasters, and elites for Charlie Kirk, not because of what he stood for ostensibly, but because of who he was, in a way that you did not see that same solidarity of interest.
Can we deplore the political violence without feeling sympathy for him? I don't think
Can we deplore? Can we be upstanding citizens? Can we lead by example?
That you can.
I mean,
but this is what's
Klein,
frustrating is people did not. People were conflating those two things and framing criticism of Ezra Klein's piece, and people like Ezra Klein who rushed to celebrate as this House bill did, his life and legacy, as in fact being happy that he was murdered in this way. And it cut off any legitimate conversation about who Charlie Kirk was and how we want to condemn his politics.
No, I mean Ezra Klein revealed his hand when he, then platformed Ben Shapiro. What this is doing is making him seem like he's like balanced and middle ground, and all things being equal, we must all be able to debate each other. Why doesn't he have Hassan Piker on then? Why doesn't he have
Oh my god. Why doesn't he have the Kamala Harris voter on? God, that's fucking hilarious. You know what? I kind of knew what she was about. And I'll tell you why. I knew what she was about.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Holy shit.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted
That's
for Kamala
fucking
Harris.
funny,
You got
man.
problem?
That's so fucking
I voted
good.
for Kamala Harris. You got problem? I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
You know why I knew she was on? And I was going to mention it, but I was like, maybe I'm just overthinking it. When Bree mentioned the pedo creep Destiny earlier, she made a face. What's his lady's name? Catherine. She made a face, and I'm like, how the fuck does this old ass person know who Destiny the pedo is? And I'm like, okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I saw something there. Or maybe it was towards Pierce Morgan. I don't know. So I'm like, does she know who fucking... I would be ashamed at her age to know who fucking the pedo Destiny is. Mag in the Twitch chat, no! Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, look, the funny thing is that Hassan's been on Pod Save America, which is not very different from Ezra Klein. He's talked to the guy that was crying and saying that he would side with the right Withers, what's his name? The white dude that was crying for Charlie Kirk. And he said, "Oh, I'm not a communist," right? So you think Hassan would act any differently? I mean, Hassan got interviewed by NPR and was playing the progressive role. So what are we talking about here? Yeah, this lady really is the worst in so many ways.
left voice on? Maybe he will, but this is what centrist content producers want to do: is say there's a place for everyone.
Dean Withers.
And is there a place for someone who's bigoted and racist, explicitly racist? Kirk's position was so fucking involved in campus politics that I think it was very limited, actually, because he's just like obsessed with American campus politics. And I think that his assassination...
Like actual campus? Like an actual college campus? No, that was fucking idiot, bro. He didn't give a shit about college campuses. That was his avenue into a younger audience who did care about college campuses because they were in college. Charlie Kirk, did he even go to fucking college? Didn't give a fuck about it. That was just his baseline, his entry to recruiting people for his fucking Klan operation.
Has elevated him from beyond being a sideshow into being a national figure. And maybe that's also why I deplore the political violence. Do you know something, Brianna? Half the people I talked to and professors, they didn't know who he was. They didn't.
Because you're old as fuck, bro. Why the fuck would you? He was already a national figure. He was with Donald Trump. What the fuck are we doing here? If he wasn't, they would not be able to uplift him the way they have now if he was that irrelevant. That's fucking... This lady's so fucking stupid, bro.
Him from beyond being a sideshow into being a national figure. And maybe that's also why I deplore the political violence. Do you know something?
He was already getting credited with moving the youth to the right alongside like Joe Rogan and the whole manosphere kind of red pill online movement. But Charlie Kirk was being credited. Even the Majority Report, who used to make fun of him, started kind of, toning it down and giving him a little bit of respect because they were embarrassed. They were ashamed.
Brianna, half the people I talked to and professors, They didn't know who he was. They didn't know who
I
what
believe that.
TPUSA was. And now
believe
everyone
that.
Yeah,
knows
I believe fucking academics have their fucking head in the sand. Yeah, I fucking believe that. Wow. So insightful.
who he is. And it's like, wow, what a great PR move. If this is Mossad's PR like attempt to silence him, it's and maybe they did because he was going to come out as anti-Israel. This is a great move to elevate him because they're like people like political junkies like you and me or content producers. And we're in this world. He was actually extremely marginal to a lot of stuff. Like I'm saying, he was on campuses a lot, and he would come, and no one would really pay any attention to him. Like mainstream lib professors.
What is she fucking saying, bro? That motherfucker had crowds.
Just weren't that involved in his discourse, and now he's like fucking everywhere.
She's so fucking academic brain, bro. She's so stuck in the ivory tower. Listen to what she said. God damn, I don't even want to listen to her anymore.
Lib professors.
She's saying liberal professors weren't even paying attention to him. They weren't even writing rebuttals to him.
Lib professors just weren't that involved in his discourse, and now
Why the fuck would liberal professors be involved with Charlie Kirk's discourse? That's not who he was targeting or trying to get a reaction out of. He was trying to get a reaction out of their fucking students.
now he's like fucking everywhere. You know, even to say fuck Charlie Kirk is like giving him too much credit, actually. He was a kind of sideshow, and now he's like a martyr, and that fucking sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I also think there's a counter argument that says people didn't know about him, and now they're being made familiar with the vile statements that he has made as well. And to the extent that there have been so many people, liberals and leftists, and of course mainstream conservatives, who have been willing to praise him, despite saying, and maybe we'll insert the clip of him, he makes a quote unquote joke, I think at a church, about how he used to joke that blue-haired liberals who support Palestine would be thrown off the roof of a building in Palestine if they ever went there for being gay. But now he can't make that joke because all the buildings have been blown up. LOL. Right? Like, and he says, well, if you didn't want to be killed, Muslims, then stop killing Jews, you filthy Muslims. You know, we'll insert it.
Yeah, filthy animal. Keep the change.
Because I don't want to be said I'm like mischaracterizing him and get fired like that reporter from the Washington Post, LOL.
So, you know, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't.
Yeah,
when
real
you mess
Christian.
with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm
Too
sorry.
soon.
Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Oh, no. He was about to be anti-Zionist. No, Max Blumenthal is right. No, Max Blumenthal is correct. He was about to turn on Israel. Yep. Any fucking minute now. That bullet just stopped, the true voice for Palestinians. He was going to be standing right alongside Norm Finkelstein. Yep. He's going to be one of those guys. At any minute now.
I like that. I like that.
Where was I? So, yeah.
But it's unequivocal racism. It's like unequivocal. It's like definitional Islamophobia, bigotry, definitionally. And so many people have been willing to say, okay, but he was doing politics exactly the right way. Or even my friend and colleague, Ryan Grimm, and then my friend and colleague, Glenn Greenwald, both formerly from The Intercept, have said things about how, well, he was nice interpersonally and, he was willing to debate as though that is.
What do those two have in common? Yeah, old white dudes. Makes fucking sense. Alongside Ben Burgess.
Intrinsically valuable. Like Hitler appreciated fine tailoring. The Nazis had good clothes. Why is that relevant, in the context of this a conversation about who Hitler was and his quote unquote kind of political
once
value.
again like inflating Charlie Kirk's power. He's no Hitler. He's not Hitler.
Of course he's no Hitler, but come on, like we have to.
We're saying that he's a fucking racist, bro. We're saying that he's a fucking racist. That's what we're saying. Not that he was a fucking prime minister or whatever the fuck.
Be able to talk about what other racist. Either you're a racist who's famous enough to cite an example like this.
George Wallace.
Okay, but he's also no George Wallace.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I think George
but he's
Wallace
also
was more deplorable than him. Because George Wallace was actually the governor of a state that, you know.
Okay, but Charlie Kirk wasn't. But Charlie Kirk wasn't the governor of the state. So I can sit here and say it's inflating Charlie Kirk to compare him with George Wallace, unless I similarly find some racist who is mostly unknown, like Charlie Kirk, to your point.
No.
Then any example, any analogy that you make.
That was a propagandist with direct access to the Republican Party's leader and president of the United States.
Is going to seem to be alarmist.
Okay, so
but can't we just have a different conversation? We all know that Charlie Kirk isn't Hitler.
Okay, but the whole thing is, but you went to Hitler. You know, you went
because
to Hitler.
he's the world's most famous bigot. I'm sorry, it should be an easy analogy. The point is, it's not the scale of it, but the fact that we can all appreciate how beside the point it is to talk about, you know, Hitler's Nazi uniforms being dapper, or you know, making the trains run on time, or any of these other kinds of things, right? We can all appreciate that there's something almost like rehabilitative about doing something like that. That undermines the gravity of what these people were known for, and the horror of what these people were known for. And of course, he's no Hitler. But do you see the analogy that I'm trying to draw with people who want to emphasize his interpersonal skills that I did not witness, perhaps because as a Black person, he did not see me as an equal by his own admission.
He was a legit racist.
But what is the point of even saying that? What is the point of even acknowledging that in this context?
Well, I can't speak for Greenwald or Grimm or Klein in the way, but I don't have the same position that they do. And I also feel like on the left, though, or on the liberal left, we have to strain to perform the greatest.
The liberal left? The liberal left? Yeah, no wonder she's a Hassan supporter, bro.
Condemnation of Charlie Kirk and make him Hitler. He was a deplorable American phenomenon. He was inflammatory, provocative, and bigoted. And he said disgusting things that could be easily disproven. He was a ridiculous person.
Okay, and what difference did it make that his positions were easily disproven? What difference did it make for his career when he was debating fucking college kids?
His positions were fucking ridiculous. They were cartoons that were effective only because the liberal positions were so difficult to debate themselves.
Oh.
He was a fucking cartoon of a far-right guy. And he was totally sycophantic with regard to Trump. We should say that too. He kissed that guy's ass, and he was supposed to be Mr. Anti-authoritarian and skeptical.
Right, and Trump is a fascist, right? Right, okay, and Charlie's his propagandist, okay,
Of everything. But to just fulminate about him is not looking at the larger structure of what this whole situation produces. You know, I have to say this now. I mean, it's behind the paywall, but like, this is not Luigi Mangione and United Healthcare.
Oh my gosh. No, homie, if anything, the shooter was. And we oppose adventurism, but we laugh at fucking right on white violence.
I have friends who condemn Luigi too, who said he was an adventurist, friends on the left with whom I had massive disagreements. I thought, you know what? I want CEOs to be afraid.
But not Christian white nationalists? But not Christian white nationalists. You want CEOs to be afraid, but not Christian white nationalists. I'm telling y'all, some of these older Asian folks love fucking white people. Want to be them so fucking bad. Like, it's fucked up to say, but if it wasn't for the fucking internment camps in World War II, man, they would have no fucking hesitation. No fucking hesitation.
And I take a totally different position with that because I still think the class war is the only war worth fighting.
Oh, yep. There we go. That is absolutely 100% the wide ass approach some of these older Asian people take. They're class reductionists. They're class reductionists like that because they don't give a fuck about your brown or black ass. Because they look down on you too. That is fucking hilarious. Yo, I think with that, I think that wraps it up. You know, this lady is sick in the head, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That was a uncomfortably good time, not gonna lie. Look, if you're sick and tired of Wonder Bread Tube, if you're sick and tired of these weird ass fucking rad libs trying to glorify each other, I don't even know what to say, bro. But we celebrate Charlie Kirk's downfall over here, especially knowing that it was a cannibalization of white on white, right on right violence. That's some gang violence right there. So go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the like before you leave. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Tomorrow might be a later stream. We'll see. Yeah, it might be later because I'm trying to do something in the morning, but a ver cómo vamos. So for now, super chats will turn on. Leave a comment. Get busy in the chat. Let me know what you think. As Glenn Ford used to say, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.